Good TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution, and we got to deal with the aftermath. We're talking about the aftermath of the humiliating defeat of the Greek freaks and Kamala Harris and the Democratic warmongering Zionists. Before we get into any of that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Let everybody know Core Figure is live. Exactly what is the aftermath and what is it looking like? So many people in tears. So many Democrat lies all over the place.
Joe Biden and the defund the police Democrats have turned our once great cities into cesspools of bloodshed and crime. There's never been anything like it. Here's my plan to restore law and order in our cities and throughout our country, frankly.
We're facing a revolution in the United States that Trump is about to put into place. It's actually stunning in size and scope. I'm going to show you the details of this plan in a second and how the neocons like Mitch McConnell are actively trying to stop it. But first, Trump is about to change everything in the United States, and that's why they're going to try to assassinate him once again. Overnight, Trump installed robot dogs to patrol his property at Mar-a-Lago. That way they can find would-be assassins hiding in the bushes. The deep state wants him dead, and they're going to do everything they can to keep him from putting his hand on the Bible on January 20th, 2025. The other way they plan to stop him is in the United States Senate. Now, this Wednesday, this is stunning. The Senate is holding a secret vote to undermine Trump. Here's Tucker Carlson to explain exactly what's going on here. Quote, what the hell is going on in the U.S. Senate? Hours after Donald Trump wins the most conclusive mandate in 40 years, Mitch McConnell engineers a coup against his agenda by calling early leadership elections in the Senate. 2 of the 3 candidates hate Trump and what he ran on. One of them is John Cornyn. He's an angry liberal whose politics are indistinguishable from Liz Cheney. The election is on Wednesday.
See, the Zionists don't want Trump. I don't give a damn what nobody say. Trump like the Jews, all that nonsense. Trump's playing the game the best you can play it. No, he do not. They don't like him. The Zionists, the state of Israel is the people who run this fucking country. They don't want this man in office for some reason. They are trying everything they can to overthrow him or get him assassinated. This is not, our politicians are bought and paid for. You got to understand who really doing this, nigga. The small hat.
It's by secret ballot, and it will determine whether or not the new administration succeeds. Rick Scott of Florida is the only candidate who agrees with Donald Trump. Call your senator and demand a public endorsement of Rick Scott. Don't let Mitch McConnell get away with it again. Holy smokes. What are they doing? My biggest concern right now, though, are those bizarre missing 20 million votes that Joe Biden received. Kamala got the same amount of votes as President Obama. So the deep state, for some reason, decided to not use the same 20 million vote playbook that they used in 2020. Why? Why did the deep state hold back on that? Is it because no one would have believed that Kamala got that many votes? Of course. Yes, she's verifiably one of the dumbest people to ever run for president, but something else is going on here. I think they've got something else up their sleeve to try to undermine Trump from the inside of his administration, to try and sabotage him from within. And they've got to root this out. This fungus is going to destroy it. They've got to stop it right now. J.D. Vance understands this.
Trump's main campaign platforms, one of the main things that he talks about, and of course, I think he learned in some ways the hard way during his first 4 years in office, is the president recognizes that if you have people in your government who you tell to do something and they disobey you, that's not like checks and balances. They're part of your government. The check and balance is the House, the Senate, the judiciary, right? If the people in your own government aren't obeying you, you have got to get rid of them and replace them with people who are responsive to what the president is trying to do. If you don't have that, you don't have a real democratic accountability.
You've got to be a nut cutter, because that's the system at stake.
That's right.
That's democratic control. How do voters have any control over their government if the people they elect have no control?
That's exactly right, man.
There is a glimmer of hope. We just learned yesterday that Trump will not put criminal Mike Pompeo in his administration, or Nikki Haley. This is a great start, so keep it going. I'm going to show you the incredible ways that Trump is about to transform America. In fact, it will truly become America's golden age if Trump can pull this off and restore the power of the U.S. dollar. And he has control of both houses of Congress. He can do this if he's not sabotaged from within. Now, Kamala Harris ran the wokest campaign of all time, talking to communities instead of Americans, talking gender, talking to Muslims, talking to LGBTQ+. She even talked about this community strategy in her defeat speech.
We have been intentional about building community and building coalitions.
So she talked to them as if each of them is separate from America, all these little enclaves, like the balkanization of the United States. Trump didn't do that. He didn't pander to blacks. He didn't pander to gays, to women, to Latinos. And that's why they voted for him by the millions. He said, we're all Americans, one nation under God. So Trump's game-changing economic plan starts with the deficit. We are $36 trillion in debt. So Trump's plan aims to eliminate the deficit by using tariffs. The idea is actually remarkable when you study it. Instead of taxing you and me, what if we instead slashed your taxes? If you make less than $100,000, Trump would love to slash your taxes to zero. How could he get away with that? Tariffs. That's how. The U.S. has the biggest, most attractive marketplace and economy in the world. And tariffs are like charging an entrance fee to sell your stuff here. To be a part of this marketplace, you have to pay a fee to join. But there's an alternative. You can either pay them or you can build inside of America and hire Americans at your Volkswagen factory. So with this move, you'll have companies moving into the Rust Belt of America, areas that were left behind under President Obama. And then you'll see American consumers having enormous amounts of disposable income by having their taxes eliminated. Game changer. The next way that Trump is about to revolutionize America is through his new government efficiency department that Elon Musk will join. This is where I'm most excited, because the idea will be to use AI and other programs to see exactly what programs are not working, which are wasteful, etc. It's also going to study workers to see if all of these workers are doing anything at all. This is expected to cut about $1 trillion a year. $1 trillion a year. Keep cutting. I love it. And then on the other side is the generating of the wealth, creating what's being called the wealth fund, headed up by billionaire Howard Lutnick. Now, the government will invest in businesses that are growing America, housing, infrastructure, etc. That's expected to bring in $1 trillion a year in revenue. So you've got them cutting $1 trillion and then bringing $1 trillion in. You see how this works? You definitely want more of this than you do this. Right now, under Biden, we have $4 trillion coming in through taxes and other things, and $6 trillion going out in spending. That's why the United States dollar is collapsing. The debt is off the charts. So there are two other big pieces of this plan. The first is getting rid of illegal immigrants in the United States. Now, the mass deportations of illegals who are taking away your jobs and city resources are about to be put on notice. That's why tens of thousands of illegals took to the streets in New York City this weekend saying, we're not going anywhere. We're not leaving. Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah, you
So
is.
when ICE comes knocking on your door, it's game over. Sorry.
ICE my ass. I'll take
You're
my
out of here.
goddamn self.
Trump's plan is to use the U.S. military, National Guard, ICE, and Customs and Border Protection to round them up and get them the hell out of here.
I will not hesitate to send in federal assets,
help,
including the National Guard, until safety is restored.
The other plan by Trump's team is on foreign policy, to partner with countries instead of trying to be enemies with them. Like partnering with China to invest in Africa. Instead of fighting over Africa, it's massive. There's plenty for everyone to do and invest in Africa, which is by the future, by the way,
go around.
Africa. So we say to China, there's enough to go around. What if we invest together in Africa? You do the ports, we build the rail system, we cooperate together. And then we won't tell you how to run your country and your culture. Already this week, Trump was asked if he supported regime change in Iran. Trump said no. He said the people of Iran should and will pick their own leaders. We're not getting involved in other countries anymore. We've learned our lesson in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Ukraine, and more.
Oh, is that why the Zionists want the nigga ass out of office? They want that Iran war. I tell y'all, Trump ain't giving these people no goddamn war. He can't make no money like that. Trump knows you can't make money if you're at war. No, he want Kim Jong-un and Iran to buy things from him, not China or Russia. See, that's Trump plan. Trump finna try to undercut anything they selling. We're going to give it to you cheaper. It's going to be good product in America again. Not none of that stepped on BS they selling out there in other countries.
They all failed. It's not our business. He's also going to celebrate America for its 250th birthday party coming up in 2026 by inviting other countries to come to the United States, almost like a massive world fair, but an American fair. Come here and invest. See what the country has to offer. It will celebrate each state in the union. It also teaches students in public schools all about the beauty and the history of their state. So if you're in Pennsylvania, you're going to learn about William Penn and Benjamin Franklin and all of that. And you go to other states, you're going to learn the history of your state. It's really about celebrating America. Imagine that. What a novel concept. Instead of crapping on America, we're going to start to celebrate America. Oh, and one more thing. Trump is seriously considering a plan to end the Fed. This is Ron Paul's dream. End the Fed. Return us to a gold standard for the U.S. dollar. Can you imagine if this happens? This is a game changer in progress right now in front of us, folks, as we speak. If the neocons in the Senate don't get in Trump's way, America is about to go through a revolution, and I cannot wait to watch it. So that's the news update part of today's video, and it ties.
Okay. Just see, that's good news. That's good news. But we got a lot of Democratic tears we're going to look into. But I just want to show y'all this real quick. And then we'll get, I know y'all here for the tears and the Greek freak boule. They've been fired, too, all over the country, you know. They may be moving back. They may lose their house and everything for lying to the Democrats. Democrats going to foreclose on them boule houses real soon. But we'll get to that. But these bastards, they try to sink some of our money, some of our billions to Zelensky, because that whole Ukrainian sham is almost over, y'all. That's serious business. Russia capturing women. Now, they got women out there pretending to be, this is disgusting, man. But they trying to sneak a couple of billion out the door because they say Trump already told them, nete, no more. So Joe Biden want to make sure he get his 10% off this couple of billion before the scam is up.
So after Democrats suffer a humiliating defeat in the 2024 election, largely due to the economy and the decisions that this administration has made regarding where they're choosing to send money to, Biden decides that they're going to send a few more $1 billion to Ukraine on his way out the door. That's right. It's been less than 3 days since their ass whipping, and they're already proving they learned absolutely nothing from that election. But I digress. The Biden administration is planning on rushing over $6 billion for security assistance over to Ukraine before Inauguration Day. And the reason why is because they're afraid that Donald Trump will end weapons shipments and aid to Ukraine after he's inaugurated. And they plan on doing this by bypassing Congress and instead laundering everything through the Pentagon. So just as a refresher, on his way out the door, there were so many things that he could have done to make the economy better and leave a lasting positive memory of the Joe Biden presidency. But instead, he plans on sending $6 billion to neo-Nazis in Ukraine for a losing war effort.
Behind the strongest economy in the world.
The president and vice president are proud to be leaving behind the strongest economy in the world.
Not only does this highlight a large part of the reason why Democrats lost, but it also does bring into question once again, are they really that afraid that Trump is going to end this war in Ukraine? I'm not exactly sure, but at least Ukrainians are of the belief that Trump is about to end this war and stop sending the money, because here are Ukrainian soldiers actually shooting a Trump 2024 t-shirt and a MAGA hat. So if Trump really does have plans to end the funding and the war in Ukraine, and all Biden is trying to do is use his last couple of months in the presidency to undo or prolong that effort, it just once again serves as another reminder that as bad as Trump may be, the Democrats are infinitely worse, because even when Trump tries to do something remotely good for the international community, Democrats and the war hawks peek around the corner to undercut him. And it isn't for our good, because I know we ain't getting none of that $6 billion. It's for their billionaire masters and their elites. And they don't care how many Ukrainians they have to send to the meat grinder to please them.
So they steal $6 billion from us, take it right out. Remember, ain't no magical money pot in the U.S. They $32 trillion hole that comes straight out of our pocket. Us. Straight out of our pocket. They just took from us. And they're going to get it. Because remember, this is the scam. They take the money from the tax base. They're shaking down the tax base. Us. Take our money. Then say they send it to Ukraine. Sending weapons. What weapons? Oh, they got to buy the weapons from the defense contractors. You get it? So the defense contractors, they get our money. They send whatever they want to Ukraine. They know damn well that shit not going to help them. But this is one more big heist out of our pocket before Trump shut it all down. This should be illegal. They bypass Congress. This should be illegal. This is disgusting. Serious business. They don't give a damn about us. Holding us upside down, shaking us down for more money so they can get richer. This is bullshit, man.
Or how much of our money
they go to prison,
they have
man.
to send. But God forbid we ask for something as crazy as universal health care or something stupid like that.
Already been gave our money to them goddamn Nazis. Thank the Most High, Putin stepped on them, big time stepped on them. Now, just because they lost, these bastards got the nerve to say, fuck it, we're going to take from them one more time before it's over. All right. All right.
This sister out. She absolutely cooks Kamala Harris. I'm going to let her eat. I'm not adding any more context, but you guys got to see this. Let's go.
Well, the elections are over, and we have all the Democrats trying to figure out what happened. How is it that all of these people in the country, over 50% of the people of the registered voters in our country, voted for Donald Trump? What happened? And you, instead of you looking at yourselves, you're looking at everyone else. I looked at several shows today, and they were talking about the people were racist, the men, the black men were misogynistic, the Hispanic men are misogynistic, the white men are racist. But you never said anything about the Democrat men. What's wrong with you? You have spewed hatred. You have had nothing to tell the American people to make us want to vote for you. Nothing. You had nothing. If you saw, I have had many videos, many people have asked, what is your party's platform? You never had one. Your party platform was one thing, and it was Donald Trump. And because of your hatred for Donald Trump, you thought that you can do everything you wanted to, and you were going to make the American public hate him. Guess what? When you decided that you were going to harm him physically, you made him a martyr. People started looking at him and said, this man is doing all of this just so he can help the United States of America. You had all of your ads talking about how he was Hitler and how he was going to do everything to our country and destroy the country, whereas we were watching you do the same thing that you were blaming him of doing. The same things. When you said people weren't going to be able to speak anymore, you were the ones who paid Mark Zuckerberg or forced them to keep people off of social media. You were the one that coined that term misinformation and said that anyone that said anything that you disagreed with, you needed to do something to them. Even one of your leaders even said that we might even have to put them in camps and deprogram them. You did that. You said that. So don't get mad at the American public when you have over 50% of us who decided that you are going in the wrong direction. When you decided that you were going to get people, entertainers that most of us would never pay to go and see, people that were twerking and doing all types of despicable things on stage that most of us could not relate to. You had them at your political rallies. How dare you look down upon us so much that you would think that was impressive to us? Or when you had all of your athletes come and try to threaten us about voting for your candidates. We don't care what an athlete says. An athlete has nothing in common with the average American family that cannot spend $200 and have one meal prepared for their families. So that was on you as well. And then all of the threats, not just to Donald Trump, but you were threatening people. And wait, I don't understand who you paid to do your campaign that told you that you could threaten 340 million people and get them to do what you said. Do you know, I don't know what you all have missed in history, but that didn't work 500 years ago. And it surely is not going to work today. When you decided that you were going to control all media and media was going to spend every bit of their time talking about Donald Trump. Donald Trump, Donald Trump, Donald Trump. When someone asks anybody from the Democrat Party any question about the economy, but Donald Trump. When you ask them about the wars, but Donald Trump. When you ask them about the children that were missing from the border, but Donald Trump. That's always your answer. Then you started really neglecting our people. You gave illegal immigrants up to $15,000 on a credit card. You paid for their housing, you paid for their food, you paid for childcare, whatever they needed, and then transportation for them to fly across the country. And you gave nothing to Americans. As the people in Lahaina lost their homes and suffered and lost their children, and you wouldn't even let them go in to find their children. As the people in Ohio, their water was poisoned by all of these derailments that were very suspicious. You never went to check on them. As the people in the southeastern part of our country were suffering from.
Salute to our family down south, Yellow, for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Hurricanes, you did not give them anything. And so you wonder why Americans did not support your candidates. They did not support your candidates because you have totally lost a connection with the American people. And not just one group of people, you've lost it with Black people, Hispanic people, Muslim people, Armenian people from all different parts of the world who have come here, and they came here as legal immigrants at some time in their past. You have lost control of all of America. You have no connection. The only people that you have connections with, and I will never down other Americans, are people who have always been beholden to you because of history. You know, it's a historical thing. So they support you because they don't know any better. And so I say to you, when you start talking about us being unintelligent, us being racist, us being misogynistic, because it's only because of you. That's why. It has nothing to do with any of the above. It's because of you. You have lost control of the American public.
Oh man, that sister cooked. And everything that she said, I 1000% agree with. And this sister right here, I appreciate you. I appreciate you, and I appreciate you saying this right here. You guys need to see this.
Black women, y'all out here looking crazy as hell, putting down and disrespecting y'all Black brothers, y'all husbands, and y'all boyfriends. Sitting up here disrupting your happy homes just for a damn woman you barely know. You barely did any research on this woman who doesn't care anything about you, wanted you to unalive your baby. Her main policy that she didn't want to tell y'all is that she wants to give amnesty and keep that border open for the illegal immigrants. And she wants you to pay for it. Michelle Obama come out here and tell you to go against your happy home and your man. And this is what you're going to do? When Michelle Obama, she going to go home to Barack Obama, their $21 million mansion. And Kamala Harris going home to her white Jewish man who she loves in their $1 million mansion. And why you going to be at home mad as hell at your man? Girl, give me a break. Get it together. Wake up.
God bless both those sisters, man. I really appreciate them, stepping up, speaking out, and saying what needs to be said, on the behalf of, the Black community and the American people in general. I really, really appreciate it, man. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Welcome back to the channel. It's your man Wise, and today, man, we got to talk about this, man. We got to talk about the $1 billion raised, $1.37 billion spent by Kamala Harris. This is outrageous.
Now, that was another big finesse. They stole all these people money, and they're gonna say they spent it. They washed it. It's going right back into their pockets. These are finesses, man. Now they in debt. These people need to be arrested. The people at the Democratic Party need to be arrested. They are scammers, big time scammers. I don't give a damn what they say. They did not justly spend that $1 billion promoting Kamala Harris. Are you kidding me? They pay us. Got some measly rappers and Hollywood phonies to get up and speak on her behalf. They didn't have no hell of a run. They stole that money and they need to go to prison.
How do you raise $1 billion and you're $20 million in debt when it's all said and done, and lose, and send out text messages to your donors for more bread? This is outrageous. It's outrageous, man. You guys got to see this. I got 2 clips I want to share with you guys. We're going to check out one from the sister. We're going to go to Jesse. Let's get into it, man.
Kamala Harris's campaign is now $20 million in debt, even though she raised $1 billion. This is a person who completely outperformed her opponent month over month in terms of what she raised. Forbes even said that she outperformed him by 5-1 when it came to last minute donors. But her campaign, even though they raised $1 billion, her campaign is now $20 million in debt. She relied so heavily on multimillionaires and billionaires like Oprah Winfrey to come out and support her and endorse her that she didn't roll out policies sufficient enough for the American people. I cannot believe how disconnected with reality her campaign is and how delusional the Democratic Party is to think that people are going to ignore everything that they are experiencing, the high grocery bills, the high gas prices, all of those things they are experiencing. And because a billionaire like Oprah Winfrey or an actress like Julia Roberts tells you to vote for Kamala Harris, you're going to vote for Kamala Harris.
People are not listening to these daggone celebrities. You're telling us that the daggone economy is great, and we're looking at our bank account saying, no, the heck it's not. This is outrageous, man.
We saw so many liberals getting super excited every time Kamala had a new celebrity endorsement. But we all know for a fact that these celebrity endorsements are not free. The only reason these celebrities like Magic Johnson, Oprah Winfrey, Beyonce, the only reason these celebrities took time out of their day to attend a rally and encourage us, the American people, to vote for Kamala Harris is because they have been paid, and it looks like they have been paid millions upon millions of dollars to do so. That's the only reason they did it. I don't even believe that some of the celebrities who endorse Kamala Harris are voting for Kamala Harris. Some of them are probably secret Trump supporters. They just get on stage and say they're voting for Kamala Harris just so they can collect a check. I don't know.
It's easy money. Easy money. Easy money. I got a slide I want to share with you guys from X. This out right here. This right here says, wonder who is painting a better picture for America. Campaign spending, Trump raised $381 million or $381.54 million. He spent $345.42 million. Only $10 million of that was spent on staff. Now let's compare that to Kamala. She raised $1.003, spent $1.37 billion, and majority of the bread went on staff, $582.53 million on staff. Now, I got to share something. Jesse Waters is going to speak on something that is just mind-blowing. Just mind-blowing. Check this out right here.
About Kamala this election. She's good at raising money and she's good at blowing it. But money can't buy you elections, especially when you spend it like she did. She raked in more than $1 billion and is somehow now in debt. The Washington Examiner dug through her financial statements and gave us a good clue why. Kamala's campaign was getting whacked like a piñata while D.C. leeches hoovered up all the cash. She spent over $50 million on payroll. Trump's campaign spent less than 10. Another 12 million went to consultants, and 20 million went to their little concerts with Lady Gaga, Katy Perry, Christina Aguilera, John Bon Jovi, remember him? They even had to cancel a performance by Alanis Morissette because they were running low on cash. Isn't that ironic? Campaign insiders are mad at the bosses for wasting donor money on concerts instead of ads about, the economy. Quote, they said they were spending to zero. I guess they overshot
Big
zero.
time for me.
Yeah.
Ads would have gone a lot further than the pricey celebrity endorsements. One campaign source said people were concerned about their own financial issues, not Oprah telling them America won't exist. But it worked out nicely for Oprah. She got her friend Kamala to pay her $1 million to interview her in September. $1 million.
Wow.
Now, if she thought she was saving democracy, she should have done it for free. Kamala scared donors by calling Trump a dictator, got $1 billion, and just gave it to her friends and blew the rest on being a diva. Kamala went on a podcast, remember Call Her Daddy? but she didn't want to go to their studio in LA. So she made the host fly to DC and used campaign cash to build a fake set in a hotel room. She spent more than $100,000 to build it. That's
insane. That right there is insane. You want to talk about being wasteful? That is insane.
See it? 2 chairs, a coffee table, and a bookshelf. That's 6 figures. Now, we looked at the set. We probably could have done it for around $6,000. That's without labor. But where'd the rest of the money go? We don't know. So she's still trying to soak folks for cash. 24 hours after the election, on Wednesday, Democrats got a text from the campaign. Urgent. We need help. Donate now. Help with what? You lost. If this is how she's going to spend her donors' dollars, imagine what she would have done with our taxes.
Absolutely. I mean, we're literally watched them run the country into the ground. We're living it. We're living it right now. People unemployed like nobody's business. Bank accounts are short. Credit card debt is at all-time highs in this country. It is outrageous. And this is the person that people were crying and screaming over that because she didn't win this race, when she couldn't even properly run her campaign. How do you raise $1 billion and still end up $20 million in the hole? This is just insane. This is ridiculous to me. And anybody from the Democrat Party that donates money after the fact, especially after hearing this, man, you're a fool as well.
I'm just talking like just removing the app. Like I full on removed myself from Hinge, Bumble. Like I didn't even think twice about it. There's no way I am letting any man near me for the next few years. I've been happily single for the past 4 years. I can wait another 4 years. I am so happy for women who have loving, supportive, safe men in their life right now, but it is way too scary to try and trust anyone right now because anything can happen. And if you know me, you know one of my biggest fears is being pregnant.
This dude, God
forbid,
this
that
dude,
ever
you
happens.
trying to fool us. This dude right here is disgusting. Don't try to fool us, man.
Over the next few years, so no dating apps. If you are a man, don't even look at me until.
Are you crazy?
Do you know what? Ever again.
We got a delusional stuffed chalupa here, joining a bunch of other feminists upset right now that their curry queen Kamala lost. They decided they'll get their get back by shutting out all men, withholding relations. So they're vowing not to date men, not to sleep with men, not to marry men. These women are online pushing women to collectively get hysterectomies. They want them to get a bunch of tattoos, and they're telling women to shave their heads. Yeah, this is what they're doing. They're also telling women to leave their husbands. They said they don't need men to protect them. And let me tell you, a lot of these women are undesirable, and their wacky mindset makes them even less desirable to men. It's like they're trapped in their own demonic misery or trapped in the closet.
To the men of America, thank you so much, because you have now officially pushed any woman who is ever questioning herself away from you and into my arms.
Nah, you do too. Shut up.
And I am now 100% gay. I wasn't sure before, but now I am positive.
been,
So if you're a man, don't look at me, don't talk to me, don't speak to me, don't breathe near me. Okay? Okay, I'm glad we got that sorted.
I personally think that if all of these men are voting to take our rights away, they don't deserve to touch a woman for the next 4 years. So, hope you thought that through, you guys.
Not that my content reaches a lot of men because I have an IQ of 130, but I want the men in this country to know that half the female population, we're dry. We're probably going to stay dry. I'm dry as a desert, baby, and I don't want it to change. Yeah, we're not going to like you anymore. You understand that? Like, it doesn't matter if you take away abortion. Like, we'll want to have your babies even less, right? Even if you take away contraception, like,
These people,
women are really good.
All these individuals, we get a good look at them because they are going to scream sexual assault on somebody this year. They're going to get some motherfuckers locked up. And these videos is going to save those people. So I want all of these weirdos to come out and make those statements. They definitely finna lie on some goddamn unsuspecting man. But these videos, it's going to be the evidence that these loonies need to be put in a mental institution. This is serious business. This is disgusting. It's funny to me. It's funny to me. Who the hell do these people think? Who the hell do these people think they are? Are you kidding me, lady? We don't even know you exist. Except you jumped on social media. Please, nobody ever wanted y'all. That's why y'all on social media. I'm getting off the dating apps. That's why you on the dating apps. Nobody wants you.
At celibacy because you guys are actually a threat to us. So we have a lot less to gain from you. So yeah, 4B all the way. Let's make some money, I guess. That's all we can do now.
And another thing, ladies.
If I see any one of these people, I'm macing them. I'm gonna get me some bad mace in the morning. I ain't lying, y'all. I'm posting it. I'm gonna get me some bad mace for these grizzlies. If I see any one of these individuals talking like that, because so much hostility, I swear to God, they get maced. They need to be in a mental institution. And if I'm wrong, then I have to do my little time in the county yonder. But I'll probably save somebody by macing these individuals. They ever come anywhere near me with this type of attitude.
Black out all dating websites and apps, okay? Even if you don't have the app anymore, re-download it and delete your account, then delete the app. They should be scrolling on the same pick me pearls in a 1 mile radius over and over and over again. You don't like the color blue? That's fine. Your balls won't either. I'm talking Tinder, Duet, Hinge, Christian Mingle. I don't care. All those apps, plenty of fish. Even if you don't use the app anymore, they still use your profile. So go back and delete the account. Like, guys should be scrolling and they should be confused because they Twitter fingers. All dating websites should be telling men, unfortunately, you've hit your queue of women today. They should literally only have 2 picks. I want them sitting there like, what's happening?
You know, I really hope all the feminists and misandrists take that advice. She's basically telling them to eliminate themselves from the dating pool. Well, great, because men shouldn't be engaging with these wicked Jezebels who don't like them anyway. So yeah, come on out and tag yourself as the feminist and misandrist that you are to make everything easier. And men also shouldn't be having babies with these flamingos that don't even believe in respecting men, nor do they believe in traditional family values. So yeah, this is great if they're eliminating themselves, cleaning up the contaminated dating pool.
Yeah, I'm gonna put all these people.
There is not a single ounce of affection that a man will get out of me after this election. I'm not dating men. I'm not sleeping with men. I'm not talking to men.
I see that wig on your head, dude. Who the hell are you fooling, guy? That's what I'm saying to you. Who you gotta play with, buddy? I see that goddamn wig on your head. Oh, you ain't dating me. Yes, you is, dude. That's what you got. That's what you got on lipstick in. You did your eyebrows and you put that wig on. Pervert. You wanted to go into them bathrooms, didn't you? But we not having that. We won. We won. You wanted training, reading time. We not having that.
Y'all lost that privilege.
Donald Trump is president, and I think all women should stop having sex for the next 4 years in protest and protection of your bodies.
It's amazing it took Donald Trump to get reelected for the Jezebels to learn how to manage your own thought pocket. Like, really? It should be embarrassing as a grown woman that it took a presidential election for you to think about how to manage your own reproductive organs, for you to be in control of what you do, the activities you engage in, and the people you do it with.
As we know, if that little baby inside you gives you any trouble and you need an emergency health care, you're and you're gonna die. I think that is sufficient enough reason to stop having sex.
Like, give me a break. It's serious business, man. Like, let's stop the fucking nonsense. Y'all giving up shit you ain't never been interested in. It ain't been interested in you. Y'all leave this motherfucker. Y'all might stop having sex with me. You ain't had none. You ain't had none. It ain't hard for you to give it up. What are you talking about? Man, please. What? If you don't get over somewhere.
These witches will sit up here and lie so fast, and their lies go unchecked because all these demons are in cahoots with each other, including the mainstream media. Let me tell you, in most jurisdictions, medical terminations are already permitted. I'm talking about at the state level, but there's still a federal law that applies.
You can be arrested right now. The lady be look at his motherfucking face. Somebody she giving up having sex. What? Well, I know that's at least I'm gonna mace the hell out of you. If I see you, lady, I'm gonna get that bow mace tomorrow. I'm not playing these games. Any of this type of attitude come toward me, your ass getting maced. I'm sitting at that in the county. If I come figure ain't over about 7 days, y'all already know what time it is. Oh, cut the mace one of them motherfuckers. Goddamn right. They look at me like this with that attitude, act like they've been having sex, and they trying to tell me they're not interested. Bitch, who the fuck trying to come on to you? They look like they ready to scream Allah on somebody.
Applies even in states with restrictive termination laws. That law allows a woman to get a medical termination if her life is at risk, so she's still protected under the Emergency Medical Treatment and Labor Act. That federal law requires healthcare providers to provide a termination when necessary to save a mother's life. So why is she saying this?
Don't you agree? This vote wasn't a vote for Americans. This vote was for men. And unless we want to become the handmaid's tale, then us women need to protest because this is so buttery.
This motherfucker here took advantage of some lonely, unsuspecting little homie. See, these motherfuckers here be taking advantage of little homies. Little homies, late at night, they take advantage of little homies. These type of motherfuckers build a pack, leaving the club, they get some young teenager and take advantage of them. What the hell you talking about? Yeah, lady, you is taking advantage of the little homies in the neighborhood. Shame on you. God damn it. I know motherfuckers just like you.
I'm sorry to the women and minorities who aren't going to get the help that they need in the next 4 years. I'm sorry for the people who are impoverished, who are just going to keep dying from starvation and lack of healthcare and lack of governmental support. People are actually praising this guy, and it's a freaking joke. Look at the states he won. You won't catch me there. You'll catch me in New York City. And I'm sorry to all the women who are going to suffer in these bumpkin-ass small little towns because of this.
Hey, shut the hell up. You gonna get a little homie that income tax money like you have every goddamn year. You understand that? Yes, I know damn well doing income tax time, little homie them going over that nigga. Your house is the spot. She done telling all them lies.
The reason why I'm a New Yorker and always will be.
Instagram, talking shit or wherever you at.
And I've been saying this to women for years. It's undesirable women like this that can't even attract and keep a man of any value, going around trying to sabotage other women from being with men. Not only are they telling women to drop men, they're further amplifying the strong woman rhetoric, saying they don't need protection from men.
If you secretly had to vote for Kamala because of your husband, I just want you to know that it's okay to divorce him. We're building a whole community of ladies who are happy being single. And guess what? If your husband voted for Trump, especially if he knows that you didn't, he hates your guts. Come join us over here on this side. It's called the right side of history.
Women don't need protecting from men. We need you to stop being the thing that we need protection from. I'm upside down because my back hurts.
Yeah, this single woman is telling married women to leave their husbands and become single like her. She said they don't need protection. They just need to cut their hair off. So this moron got on social media again to chop her hair off live.
Just woke up this morning feeling spicy. You guys feel spicy? Because I do. All right. I don't know how to use this thing. Let's see what happens. Is this cutting off hair? I'm going to have to cut it shorter than that. That's it down, right? I think that this is too... It's getting hair.
And then look, she's so stupid, it took her forever to try to figure out how to cut her hair.
Let's see here. Maybe I gotta cut it. Here we go. Have I given up on America? Yeah. Also given up on coloring this hair because, right? Coloring my hair, having my hair be long and luxurious, all that. Being skinny, being hot, being all the things.
Wait a minute. Man, who you fooling? She said because Trump won, fuck being skinny and being hot. He just won the other day, man. What happens that you gave up 30, 40 years ago? What the hell are you talking about? You blaming Trump for what happened to you 50? I don't know how old he is, man. I don't want to disrespect you, but you know what I'm saying? She acting like because Trump, fuck, I'm finna stop being hot. That's what she said. These people delusional. She thinks she hot.
Because clearly they don't give a shit about us. And I'm talking to you too. Those of you ladies who have the internalized misogyny required to do what you did. Minorities who are so scared of a woman in power that you'd rather cozy up to the white man just in case some crumbs fall off his plate so that you may eat from them.
She said minorities. You want to say niggas. Go ahead and say it. It's all right. It's all right. We know you're an evil witch anyway. We can see you ready to yell police.
Yes, Scraps.
I don't know how to work this thing, but I'm on my way. I'm gonna figure it out. Let's just do some cutting. You know why? Because this is taking too long.
30 years
Here we
ago.
go. Short hair we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. We're cutting it off because you, that's why.
We gotta be safe. We got 4 years of terror. You better terrorize us.
So crazy. You know what? It's been a day. It's been a year. It's been 9 years, 8 years, whatever it may be. Around this time, 8 years ago, it's one of the worst times of my life. That's when my life fell apart. Not because of this. Don't get too excited. I'm just talking about regular life stuff they talk about on here. But trust me, I understand. I've heard the message loud and clear. We all have. Now women are going to have to just refuse to participate. Sorry, if you're a man, I will not be responding to you. If you are a man, I will not be talking to you. I am going to be promoting the 4B movement from here on out. I don't care. Better scissors, my hair, cutting it all off. Probably painting a target on my back here, but whatever. At least I live in a state right now that has all of our rights still. And we voted out Brandon Williams, that guy, back to Texas from whence he came. We also voted yes on Prop 1, which will codify into law some equal right protections in the New York State Constitution. So we did that at least. I don't know what the other are doing.
Yes, this woman is in New York cutting her hair off when terminations are allowed in her state freely.
Men, stop dating men. Stop having sex with men. Stop talking to men. Divorce your husbands. Leave your fucking boyfriends. Leave them. They don't give a about you. And I promise you, come over to this side. I will bake cookies. I will shave your head if you want me to, depending on how this turns out. Do a little more trimming before we buzz it. Where's my chop it? Cut my hair before. It's like, oh, don't cut your own hair. All right. Some people tell me I can't do something, but I want to fucking do it. Just entering my middle-aged mom era. I have to get the clippers out.
Ladies, all I gotta say, if you want to be strong and independent, you don't need no man for nothing, then go over to this demonic, miserable witch right here. She says she'll bake you cookies and shave your head. Yeah, and she admitted that she's been miserable for 8 years. So now she's looking for company. She's looking for you to join her.
I might actually do the actual buzzing on live, but all the comments about my sanity or my being manic or anything like that, friends, I have done therapy. I have done antidepressants. I have read all the books and done all the inner work. I am not crazy, but I do find it absolutely just typical and not surprising at all that the first comments that have come in have been, you're crazy, seeing a mental breakdown in real time, this is why, whatever. You just, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not having a mental breakdown. In fact, I've never been more clear-headed.
I've been telling you for the longest that feminism is dangerous. And these are the liberal white women that Black women have been taking cue from for decades. The ones they've been listening to that recruited them to also partake in this destructive behavior. Yeah, they started this decades ago. This is how Black women went from Betty Shabazz to Margaret Sanger Jr. Black women followed these same liberal white women who told them to leave their husbands, they can be strong and independent without a man. And as a result, these feminists have completely destroyed the American nuclear family. They've destroyed white men, they've destroyed Black men, and now they're trying to destroy Latino men too. You're looking at the same play from the same playbook. These people hate America and they hate traditional family values with a man at the head of the household. Let's go ahead and get the conversation started.
Because Trump bad. Trump bad.
This message is for Black men, a very specific group of Black men. This doesn't apply to you, continue with your day. But if it does apply to you, hear me out. Don't embarrass us tomorrow. Do not embarrass us tomorrow. Y'all got one job.
If you're a Black man and you voted for Trump, I hope that cop beats you so good. I really, really do. I really, really do. I'm wishing it on you. Love you. Not really.
Make sure your homeboy record it and send it to me.
posting and laugh.
Yes, sir. Donald Trump about to win.
Listen, go upstairs. Go upstairs. I can't believe you like him. Any black man that likes Donald Trump ought to be tarred and damn fat.
Bob, why do you say that, though? Yes, sir. Trump 2024. Trump 2024.
Y'all failed us. Like, y'all failed us, and I really... Y'all failed us so bad, bro, and I don't want to hear nothing about it. I don't want to hear no complaints. Oh my God, you're crying on the internet. Bro, you do not know how it felt to live with that man as president before, especially as a black woman. You do not know the way they treated us. You do not know. You do not know. You failed us. You failed us. Do you know how many of us have survived sexual assault? And you would elect somebody who did that? Myself included. Like, I'm a survivor and I gotta sit here and watch y'all. Want to tell you, ooh, y'all failed us. Y'all failed us. Y'all failed us. We show up for y'all every time. We show up for y'all every time. We show up for y'all every time. And y'all failed us. Y'all didn't show up for us. Even when we're offering freedom, even when we're offering canceling student debt, even when we're offering so many things. Like, I don't even have the energy to go through everything. I'm so irritated. Like, I'm just praying for a miracle. Like, God, like, just that there's just some kind of recount, some kind of something. Like, I hate y'all, because why would y'all make us live in a world like this? Why would you make us live in a country like this? Like, when somebody who wants to take away our freedom and our rights, who fucking hates us, and you're just, ooh. Like, we didn't even have to be here, bro. I didn't even have to be here.
I think what hurt me more than anything is to see how many of our Black men voted for Trump. We already been through 4 years. It's not like you had to guess who he was. But y'all chose dollars over your mamas, your daughters, your sisters, the women you claim you love, your wives, your side pieces. It's just solidifies everything I thought I knew about y'all.
Sorority,
and I know this ain't all of y'all
too. I'm telling you.
But the fact that is some of
they
y'all
pissed their sorority sister didn't get in
breaks
there.
my heart.
Remember that.
Like, I literally, when I saw those statistics, I just cried.
They
I
want
wasn't
power
even expecting
and money.
I'm a
for
pretty tough
themselves.
girl. But that hurt to the point where I really don't want nothing to do with none of y'all but Black women. That's the way I feel right now. I'll probably feel different tomorrow because I'm a Christian. I'm a child of God. And I believe that we're all children of God, whether
Lies. You a Christian. You're a child of God. Why the hell are you trying to vote for that abortion? Why the hell are you trying to vote so that a boy can be a girl and a girl can be a boy? Why was you trying to target Black men in California who want to stand up against that and you getting them took to jail for child abuse? Don't you dare play with the Most High like we stupid. Oh, you a Christian? You could have fooled me, man. Where's your Christian values at, man?
choose him or not, find our way in hell. But what I will say is I am seriously hurt today.
That's over with. Like you tell people, we got to go into the churches. They cannot be collecting $1 billion, man. They hustling our people in there, man. I mean, look, bro started this revolution. I don't want to target, our people. But after what they just tried to pull, and this is a sign that I need to get busy, this lady just trying to say I'm a Christian. Damn, you just trying to go against everything that book stands for. What the hell are you talking about? I know that make a lot of y'all feel good at the end of the night to play church, but you definitely have went astray. You have went astray. You no longer can press around here and act like y'all holier than thou. Hell no, you know better than people who don't go to that church. It's people who not in that church way better than y'all. More morals. That's serious goddamn business. I'd be damned if you motherfuckers knew you was voting for more abortions. No, you was voting for a man to marry a man, a woman to marry a woman. No, you was voting that a boy can be a girl can be a boy. No, you was voting that they can transition out babies without our approval. What the hell you talking about? You a goddamn Christian. That is over with.
Because of our Black men. How many marches have we organized for the injustices against our Black men while they continue to disrespect us, follow and believe in Kevin Samuels,
the fuck you
and we still
about some injustice.
Choose to be in relationships with y'all, have y'all babies, marry y'all, honor y'all, respect y'all.
Ooh, where's your husband at? Where your boyfriend at? Have you had a Black baby? Have you honored a Black man? Well, I'm tired of these women out here talking about other people, men. I wish for one time we would see somebody sitting next to a Black man and saying these words. And I said, oh shit, they serious. You should be talking to a Black man instead of talking to your phone. Because y'all talking to the phone, how the hell we know you like Black men? You may have been done with Black men. You may have been to white men. How do we know? All this cosplay. Everything we did for y'all. I don't fucking know you give a damn about no Black man. I'm not giving none of y'all the benefit of the doubt. Huh.
And y'all couldn't do us
this like just like Kamala.
One thing. Validate us. But you were consistent for the first time in sticking together against us. Kudos to y'all. Because this Black woman, she gonna be real good.
Imagine being this delusional that you think that you have some sort of agency with anything and anyone, that you can sit here and try to command, demand, and threaten people that you already tossed away, tossed to the side, said you didn't need them, said you didn't want them, said you choose the bear, said you could do bad all by yourself, said you need somebody to make $10 million a month in order for you to even be bothered with them, said that you can follow behind Ebony K. Williams and you can get kids on your own, said you would rather be with women, said you would rather marry women, and then turn around and say that those same people let you down. How, Sway? I need somebody to help me understand. Again, when I say that mental health help is necessary in the Black community, specifically for women, is exactly what I'm talking about. Shout out to YouTube. I'm a Black woman, so I can go ahead and talk about this. This is stuff that I already knew. I already been talking about, and now you can actually see it in real time. Let me go ahead and thank Philip Scott for this compilation right here. Let me go ahead and get to talking about it. You people are out of your mind, as I already knew, but now others can actually see it. First of all, and most importantly, you are in charge of nothing. And the things that you are in charge of, you can't even take care of. Take care of your gremlins. Make sure they're not out here gremlinizing. Make sure they know their history. Make sure you participate in their lives. Make sure you participate in their schooling. Make sure that they know the difference between right and wrong. Until you can get at least that minimum done, please shut the F up about everything else. Y'all are in charge of nothing. You keep continuing to land on your ass and looking foolish over and over and over again, disproportionately foolish looking all day and half of the daggone night. You refuse to listen. You continue to do the same old thing. You continue to get the same result. Continue to be mad. Now you're out here on daggone internet making the rest of us look bad because people looking like these crazy ass biatches. The people that put Trump over the daggone edge was the daggone Latinos and the white women that went along with their white men. And y'all are surprised talking about you can't believe that they tricked you. No, you didn't get tricked. You fell for the same crap because coloreds love to get scammed, specifically Black women. Love to be scammed because you think you need someone to like you. You need someone to be on your side. Why do y'all need so much validation? You talk all this crappity crap all daggone time. You don't need nobody. You can do it all by yourself. I got this. I do that. I'm this, I'm that. I'm this, I'm that. Then turn around at the end when you don't get what you want because you out here being rude, obnoxious, and nasty. And then you're like, what happened? What happened? How about the fact that you're rude and chaotic and nasty? You throw these men away all over every daggone day and then turn around talking about you didn't pull up for us. No one owes you anything. I don't owe you anything. I'm not a man, but I'll promise you I did not vote for Cam Cam. I would not vote for Cam Cam. I'm never going to vote for Cam Cam. I don't give a damn about Cam Cam. I don't give a damn about Joe damn Biden. I don't give a damn about Democrats. And at the end of the day, I don't give a damn about Republicans. But what I'm not going to do is sit up here and allow my life to continue to falter potentially due to the economy, due to crime, just because y'all want to allegedly have some stupid ass symbolic moment with a woman who ain't even black, just because you want to say that you over men. Well, what you have been taught with this lesson here with Donald Daggone Trump is that you are in charge of nothing. You can't even control yourself by way of these daggone videos right here. You can't even control yourself by thinking that you're going to stomp on someone, treat them like crap, kick them when they down, talk negative and nastily about them, and then turn around and think that that same person is supposed to help you. You think that they're supposed to turn around and do something for you? You hate it so daggone much that you have no control. That's what the real problem is. You have no control over the same daggone men that you tossed away. Let's not get it twisted. Let's go ahead and take a look at the daggone internet for the minimum of 4 years almost that I have been on here. And all y'all have been talking about is how men ain't crap, specifically black men, black women. You said they ain't got nothing. They ain't about nothing. They don't own nothing. They don't make nothing. They don't off nothing. It's all a nothing burger. And then you're going to have the audacity and the nerve to turn around and talk about they didn't show up for you. You don't show up for your damn self. You don't even show up for your kids. You don't even show up for your community. Who asked you to go out here and do these dumbass things like defund the police, which ended up hurting the black daggone community? Y'all continue to get disproportionately affected. You're just as stupid as the daggone old people in the daggone Democratic Party that don't want to change, that don't want to listen, that don't want to do stuff a different way, that don't want to listen to someone that might have some new ideas. You want to continue to use the same crap that has proven not to work. So you're trying to tell me this is all Donald Trump's fault that he got elected. So it can't be that he ran a good campaign. Even though he makes gas, let's not get it twisted. And I'm not saying that he is savior, but y'all don't care about the daggone black agenda any daggone well, or else you would have been talking to Jill Stein or daggone Cornel West. Y'all just be lying and you think we stupid. Guess what? We not stupid. And y'all the educated ones, allegedly. Just because you go to college don't make you smart. And just because you don't go to college don't make you dumb. Because common sense prevails at the end of the daggone day. Y'all are complete and absolute insane stupid people if you didn't see that this woman was going to lose. That woman didn't have a good platform. All that woman wanted to talk about is ABs. And this biatch that brought up the daggone Lord, ain't no way that you believe in the Lord. The Lord said, leave me alone and leave me out your foolishness. We had a conversation. The Lord said, leave him alone and keep his name out your effing mouth, because you're not going to fall back on the Lord when you did this your daggone selves. You cannot treat people any old way and then expect said same people to show up for your ass. And wasn't nobody going to vote for that daggone woman that had any daggone sense. The woman was full of sugar, honey, iced tea. The people that were telling her were full of sugar, honey, iced tea. And the only thing that y'all wanted was a daggone moment so that you could be over men. And what you now realize is that men still have daggone control. Real men, not those effeminate men, not Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Teach me how to Dougie. Who went and got the nanny pregnant. Y'all ain't had shit to say. Men allegedly like Clown L. Hughley that y'all supported even after he called y'all nappy-headed hoes and sat up there and believed his friend over his daggone daughter after an essay, but y'all want to sit up here and talk about somebody's essay and y'all's essays, but you don't care about D.L. Hughley's daughter's essay and the fact that he chose his friend over his daughter. Y'all ain't got nothing to say about that. Convenient how y'all want to get rid of or ignore things that really show who you really are, which is people who don't give a damn about nobody. You barely give a damn about your damn self. Ain't nobody gonna come to you. Y'all always want to blame someone instead of looking in the daggone mirror. That's why you continue to fail. That's why you will continue to fail. That's why you ain't gonna have shit. That's why you're gonna continue to be disproportionately effective. Black people do things wrong. They do plenty of things wrong. They need to be held accountable. And the reason that we have the problems that we do, let me rephrase that, y'all got the problems that you do, is that you try to make excuses for bullshit, all in the name allegedly of color, until you don't get what you want, and then you turn like the hyenas that you are. And you're showing your hyena-ishness right now with this election, that it looks like it means more to you than your own daggone lives and your family and your livelihood, that you wanted to get a non-black woman up into office just so that you could say there was a black woman in office when the woman ain't even black. Y'all can say what you want. The facts are that she's gonna go ahead and be her Indian self or whatever the hell it is that she is, and y'all gonna look stupid yet again. She ain't gonna be no president. If Hillary wasn't gonna be no president, ain't no way that she was gonna be no daggone president. You need to go ahead and blame not only yourselves, you can go ahead and blame the Democratic Party for going ahead and allowing this farce to happen as long as it did. They set that woman up to fail, and then she continued it all. Y'all okay with daggone Meg Thee Stallion and all this twerking and all this hoishness and Cardi B and all that foolishness, and then you wonder why people say black women are over-sexualized, and then you allow the alleged black woman to over-sexualize you and think that that was gonna help. there still was a significant amount of men that voted for that daggone woman. She still lost. She lost because the campaign sucked. She lost because all she wanted to do was focus on Donald damn Trump. Guess what? You don't want to focus on your damn opponent, idiots. You need to focus on your daggone self. Woman couldn't even have a daggone speech about what it is that she allegedly believed in without a teleprompter. Woman was responsible for the daggone border. I don't care what y'all say. We got it on tape. Y'all can lie all you want to. She couldn't do that. And you're gonna sit up here and try to say that it's MSG? Ain't no MSG. Then if that's what it is, then I'm an MSGer too. Woman can't even have a daggone discussion with the opposition, but you think that she was supposed to work with people in other countries? Take that mess back to the drawing board and good luck next time. Continue to do this shit. Continue to allow these people to act like they don't have the sense that God gave them and they didn't do anything wrong, meaning Democrats and all the Democrat shills. You'll still be having the same outcome 4 years from now, and we will be welcoming J.D. Vance as the next president of the United States. That's it. That's all.
Sister sat there and gave them all the goddamn blue. They deserve that bit of it too. But we're not too.
Next on deck with Tim Black.
This after losing to former President Donald J. Trump, both the popular vote and the Electoral College, is just really wild to me.
Yeah, it's wild. And thank you, Senator Nina Turner, for saying it. And of course, they're going to attack you for saying the truth. God bless Senator Nina Turner for trying to stick with a party that ain't trying to stick with her. You know? And I know what it is. It's the people, right? It's easy for me to say, screw them Democrats, because I'm not in those Democrats. And that's not what my life is built on. And there's people in her community in Ohio that she loves and she cares about those people. And she has an organization where they try to help people directly.
And on the day after, being beat mercilessly, should not be going at it with a sitting U.S. Senator who, by the way, caucuses with the Democrats. He's wrong on this. He needs to sit back and take stock of what just happened and why we lost. It is the Democratic Party's fault because it did not connect with the pain that the majority of Americans were feeling. Not only did they dismiss that pain, they titled it Bidenomics and told folks to go kick rocks. The economy is not as bad as you think it is. Your bread is not as high as you think it is. Your gas is not as high as you think it is. And so to see Chairman Harrison conduct himself like this after losing to former President Donald J. Trump, both the popular vote and the Electoral College, is just really wild to me.
Yeah, it's wild. And thank you, Senator Nina Turner, for saying it. And of course, they're going to attack you for saying the truth. Because they're all in their feelings, so they don't want to win. They don't want to win. They want to be in their feelings. They don't want you to say the truth. They don't want to fix the problem. Good. Unlike Nina Turner, I'm good with it. We need more parties. We need more choices. Because I can't see a world where I would choose a Democrat at this point. Not the Democratic Party in its current form. I don't know. Everybody, I'd have to clean house. I'd have to Frank the Tank them. I have to clean house of the whole Democratic Party. I start with the media because the media misleads people. That's why all these people are upset about Kamala losing. Because of the lies the media did that propped her up to begin with. She was a horrible candidate. She had no shot to begin with. Internal polling showed that. But they kept lying to people, telling them that she was doing well when she wasn't. So that's the first place I'd start. Since the Democratic Party and the corporate media are so intertwined, they need to start by getting some better people, some real truth tellers. But you'll never do that because they rather be in the bubble because corruption pays. At the end of this, there's money behind it. That's why the Democrats suck so bad, because money. You don't think they hear? You don't think they watch? You don't think they know what we're putting down? You don't think they haven't heard the truth? They heard. They know you want them to clean their room. They're just making money. They're just being paid not to.
This was, I mean, Philippe, I understand what you have been saying all morning. Don't overread. But this was sweeping in, the popular vote.
No, I'm not saying don't overread. I'm saying try to narrow the factors and in some, orderly way unpack what happened. So let's just say I'm wrong about what I said earlier, that inflation could have been hunky-dory and we would have lost about these things. Either way, here's the problem. I'm not concerned right now what the right thinks about the Democratic Party. I'm concerned about what I think about the Democratic Party. I don't like, to echo the congressmen, all three of them, I don't like the fact that a small portion of our party is pretty much dictating where we are. That they are pretty much, we are being branded as the most extreme of us. It is not only politically problematic, as we just saw, because none of this stuff helped the other day. Without a doubt, it's a problem. But we need to take stock of why we are being held hostage to the far left. No one should be and wants to be kowtowing to the extremes of their own parties. That just shouldn't, to the extent that majority should rule, the majority of Democrats don't agree with the things that we are being tagged with. Now, how that
Take
works,
through a couple of those things.
I think Democrats believe in common sense stuff more than you'd realize. I mean, it's not like any of us sit at home and don't talk to anyone. Most Democrats I know think there's a huge problem at the border. Most Democrats I know think, frankly, that males at birth shouldn't play in women's sports and vice versa.
You know what I'm doing in the evenings when I'm not working? I'm catching the Tim Black Show on YouTube. That's right. Sunday through Friday, the Tim Black Show live streams live. We got a great community. We're kept up to date in the news, and we chop it up. So be here, Sunday through Friday, on the Tim Black Show live streams. I see you there.
Do most Democrats think you need to be funding all these wars? Yes, they do. Yes, they do. So some of the things, maybe you don't believe that we need to have the open borders. I don't think anybody believed that, but I think there was a reason why Biden decided to roll back all Trump's executive orders that had a clamp on the border situation. There's a reason why Biden did that. You think he did it for votes? He was already in. Why'd he do it? Why'd he wait until it was almost time to run for re-election to put the clamp back on? Are we gonna act like we don't understand what's going on at all? So no, I don't agree with this guy, and I don't think the far left is running the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party likes the virtual signal because that's what they got. A bunch of elitists who think it's better to appear to be better people. Meanwhile, they bomb poor people in other countries, bomb women, men, and children to oblivion, blow up hospitals and schools for money, and send money to people to be able to continue that bombing. Or they fund a war that's totally unwinnable in Ukraine. More money spent on Ukraine than spent here on our own vets. And then they make that okay. That was Democrats once upon a time. That's something Republicans would do. So I wouldn't say it's a left or right thing. I say it's a corrupt thing. The money for the bombs and stuff, there's kickbacks that come. Who are they buying the bombs from? You give them the money, they buy the bombs from us. So the military-industrial complex, so you're not willing to go all the way, are you? You're not truly willing to say the real stuff. Okay? And at the end of the day, average Americans sitting home going, hey, I got problems here. Where's this internet access that you said you spent $3 trillion on this infrastructure? Why didn't that shit work when we had a hurricane, when Hurricane Helene blew through? Why did Elon have to get Starlink going that you guys even want to use? What was that about? Yeah, I know you tell me Elon's a horrible guy, but he had a solution. You guys didn't want it to prove a point that you're better than him, that he's not worthy. It's stupid. Meanwhile, we got people that don't have internet access. And I don't care how you slice it. If it's an election time and you don't have a good sense to go dump money when you have a natural disaster, even the idea, that $750 idea that people, that's what they were getting up front from FEMA, you thought that was okay? When we have immigrants, migrants who illegally enter the country getting hundreds, thousands of dollars a month, thousands of dollars a month to stay while they stay in hotels for free. And we know this is happening. It's not a secret. It's open. It's out there. You don't think that's going to be a problem? And it's an election year and you do that? I mean, come on, like, what rocket science do you need to know? And you say that's a left or right thing? It ain't a left or right thing. There's a reason for it. There's got to be a reason for it, but I know that at the end of the day, the reason is not because you care about American citizens. It's not because you care about bread and butter issues of the average person that does not have a trust account, that does not have $200,000 in the bank liquid ready to go, like who doesn't have all the stuff that your talking heads have. Remember, guys, all the corporate media people that you watch on these shows are millionaires. If they woke up tomorrow with your money, they'd be like D.L. Hughley. They get in the car, in the garage, cut it on, and roll down the windows. Okay? Let's be clear about that. All these people that tell you you're wrong and you're not worthy, you're not good enough, and that you're mean, that you follow Hitler, all this stuff because you did not vote for Kamala Harris, hey, those people are all rich. And the tax breaks that keep saying Trump gonna give the rich people, guess who got them? Them. And did they come back and give you the money from the tax breaks they got? They didn't. And by the way, Trump's tax breaks, he gave tax breaks to everybody. Everybody got tax breaks under Trump. The rich did get a little bit more, though. I got to keep it a buck. But they truncate the conversation. They end it. They don't say the whole thing. All right, guys, hit the like button because we're going to keep going. I got more receipts, man. Hit the like button. I'd like us to get to like 600, and we could do that on a Friday. That would be amazing. What's not amazing is the lies and the gaslighting that they continue to do. Bernie wasn't wrong. He's right. Bread and butter issues carry today. It's like, what? What person doesn't know money? I mean, damn it, man, it's a Wu-Tang song. Cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Like, really? You got to be reminded of that? You want to put something else? Why would you put something else in front of that if you already know that's the case? And if you got to tell somebody how much they did, if you got to keep telling a person, hey, I did this for you, and I did that for you. I did all these things for you. And they don't want to be with you, guess what? You ain't do what they wanted. That's how it works. So the Democratic Party has a real problem with understanding what people want. Because they're talking about chips and they're talking about battery charging stations for electric cars. Meanwhile, we got people who have cars at home that run on gas who need new tires. Think about it. He spent, I don't know how many billions of dollars for electric charge stations and bragged about it. And Representative Crockett bragged, and Rowland bragged, and Bakari Sellers bragged, and Van Jones bragged. All of them bragged, and Rachel Maddow and Anderson. Everybody bragged about this, what all the infrastructure. Folks, do you have an electric car? Most Americans don't. So who benefited from that shit?
So because Kamala Harris did not win, and MSNBC, The View, CNN painted them as like their Democrat darling, they are having a serious case of meltdowns. And the first one that we're going to get into is from The View about identity politics. Of course, Sunny Hostin had to take it there. You know, people can't reject Kamala Harris because her policies are bad, and we really don't think that she would be good for the job. It has to be about identity. Let's dive in here. Of course, I shared this on Twitter because I was like, oh my God.
I'm surprised at the result, but I'm not surprised. As a woman of color, I was so hopeful that a mixed race woman married to a Jewish guy could be elected president of this country. Mm-hmm. And I think that it had nothing to do with policy. I think this was a referendum of cultural resentment in this country. I'm surprised at the result, but I'm not surprised. As a woman of color, I was so hopeful that a mixed race woman married to a Jewish guy could be elected president of this country. Mm-hmm. And I think that it had nothing to do with policy. I think this was a referendum of cultural resentment.
Cultural resentment. So let me ask you a question. Didn't this country elect Barack Obama twice? Didn't this country vote for Barack Obama twice? Was that, were people having cultural resentment then? No. What? A woman who is biracial and has a Jewish husband. This is why the Democratic Party is failing. This is why the Democratic Party is in the mud. This is why the Democratic Party has been having, over the past couple of years, a slow, sad, painful death. And now they're pretty much in the grave. You guys have chosen to focus just on identity. It's all about woman of this, man of that, first this, first that. He's black and she's black and everybody's bliggity black, black, black. And that is supposed to be enough to make people come out and vote for them. That's all we're supposed to care about. We're not supposed to ask about no damn policy. Steve Harvey told us, don't ask Kamala for anything. D.L. Hughley told you, don't you dare sit up there and criticize Kamala Harris. Leave that black woman alone. The Democratic Party has chosen to rely on identity politics to get them over the finish line. And we are living in a new era where you actually have to have policies, right? The economy is bad. People want more for themselves. People can't buy homes. People can't achieve the American dream. So you can't just show up with, I am this color, so you need to pick me because I'm this color. Jesus Louise. It gets worse. Because now they're trying to tell you Whoopi goes off and she wants to know, I don't know what she could have done.
Aside from buck naked dancing on the top of the table, I don't know what else she could have done.
I don't think she could have done more. I think she left it all out on the field. Mm-hmm. I think she raised $1 billion in 3 months. I think that she ran a flawless campaign, and I maintain that. I think now it's the time for us to work.
Aside from buck naked dancing on the top of the table, I don't know what else she could have done.
I don't think she could have done more. I think she left it all out on the field. Mm-hmm. I think she raised $1 billion in 3 months. I think that she ran a flawless campaign, and I maintain that. I think now it's.
So she did everything that she could have done. Did you hear that, guys? Everything that she could have done. She didn't offer a $15 minimum wage. Or living wage. My goal was a living wage. She didn't offer that. She didn't meet the demands of Muslim voters. She told you right there on The View, Sunny and Whoopi, that she wouldn't have done anything different than Joe Biden. Really? I don't think there's anything else that she could have done. I mean, she had Beyonce, she had Oprah, all these things. Total meltdown, man. Don't want to put any blame on Kamala Harris. Don't want to put any blame on her. And then it gets even worse because we go over to Morning Joe. And now, listen, Latino dudes, they coming for you. The same way they used to come after black people, they were coming after black men, shaming them. They coming for you now. They coming for you.
Say really quickly, too. Democrats need to be mature, and they need to be honest.
And they need to say, yes, there's misogyny. But it's not just misogyny from white men. It's misogyny from Hispanic men.
Right.
It's misogyny from black men. Things we've all
See, everybody hearing this? You see what it is? It's everybody's fault but Kamala Harris. Everyone is a misogynist. Everyone is a racist. Jesus Christ.
been talking about who do not want a woman leading them. Might be race issues with Hispanics. They don't want a black woman as president of the United States. You know, the Democratic Party, I've always found when you're sitting around talking, they love to just sort of balkanize everybody into these separate groups and say, oh, white people don't like women and black people. No, it is time for the Democrats to say, okay, and you and I have talked about this before. A lot of Hispanic voters have problems with black candidates.
Right.
So everybody see what's happening here, right? Now, if you are watching and you are Hispanic, how does that make you feel? Does that make you want to go vote for the Democratic Party? It wouldn't want to make me go vote for the Democratic Party, just like when they shamed black men and Obama said, the problem is you brothers. Pretty sure that didn't make you want to go. I don't know what. Joe, shut up. Shut up, Joe. Be quiet. First, just a couple of days ago, Joe Scarborough was telling people about Trump voters. He said, who raised these people? So he didn't went from these people to Latino men and black men. These men are misogynist. This is what I think Nina Turner meant when she said that the Democratic Party emasculates men.
And with other Hispanics, you got some that don't like each other. And some of the most misogynist things I've heard going on this Get Out the Vote tour came from black men. I mean, misogynist things. So you're absolutely right. It's not simplistic, and we've got to have real honest conversations about it.
They mad because of these numbers, fam. They mad because Donald Trump went from 32% of Latino voter support to 45% of Latino voter support. And you know what makes this really bad is that you got to have Al Sharpton. Let me get this. Okay, let me get there. Okay. So Joe Scarborough was sitting up there and he's bashing Hispanic men. Then he also starts to bash black men, misogynists. Here we go with black men again. I don't think this is helping you, Democrats. And what kills me is Al Sharpton sitting right there. Al Sharpton doesn't push back or anything like that. No, Al Sharpton actually joins into the discussion and says, yeah, these black men on the campaign trail, they used to say this and this. What the hell is wrong with you, Al?
They don't even understand. Al is finessing them.
Al loves that NBC check. He loves that MSNBC check. This is terrible.
That big old check that he don't want to tax too much.
And you throwing them all under the bus. I just, they're so classist. So classist. And then it gets worse because I gotta tell you, it just, everybody is melting down, but they don't want to point any fingers at Kamala Harris, right? It's none of her fault. Don't you dare point a finger at her. Don't you dare say she ran a bad campaign. Now you'll see on this panel here with Van Jones, now they are going to use the excuse of not giving enough support to Israel. Like, I can't even make these things up, man. Like, people just come up with the most ridiculous, oh my God.
And I think there was this very powerful ad, the Republican Jewish Coalition, that was all over the airwaves. A bunch of women sitting around, Jewish women, just saying, I can't stand him, but I felt like we were supporting Israel and we were stronger and we were tougher. And I think that resonates with people.
And then to your point, the ad that came out that was beating Kamala up around fear about Israel not being protected. There was never a response from the campaign on that, which I thought was a big mistake. Amanda Berman from Zioness had to raise money, run her own ads trying to fight back alone. That didn't work. So you tied her to the economy, you tied her to Biden, you tied her to weird. It was not a good.
I agree with everything you're saying. I just didn't want to engage in the autopsy before before we've called the race and before she dropped out. But one thing on that, the answer on I can't think of anything offhand about where she would differ with Biden was disastrous, and there's no doubt about it. The question is what motivated it, and whether she just felt she did not want to.
Loyalty.
Yes,
loyalty.
And so she should have just said, "Look, I'm grateful to him. I'm proud of some of the many things we did together, and I'm not going to critique him. I'm talking about the future." Would have been a better answer. But it's easy to be on the sidelines.
Shout out to Drop Site News for sharing this clip. But Van Jones right here, right? So now it's all of a sudden Kamala Harris lost because she didn't get enough support from Jewish voters. Like they're literally going to sit here on this panel and pretend like Kamala Harris didn't lose the Muslim vote. Kamala Harris lost the Muslim vote. And they're going to say, oh, no, she lost the Muslim vote. This is why she lost Michigan. It's clear as day, but they don't want to say it. And Van Jones, he's just such a kiss ass.
What a lie.
Van Jones, wants to just be on every program and still wants to be in the scene and in the right circles. Van Jones know what this is about. So it's, she, didn't have enough Jewish voters come out for her. No, she lost the Muslim vote. That is essentially why she lost Michigan. And that's part of the reason why she lost Pennsylvania.
Because she was
People forget Michigan and Pennsylvania. Michigan, largest Arab American population. Pennsylvania, also, I think maybe second or third largest Arab American Muslim population. They know this is why. They know this was part of the reason why she lost certain states. And instead, they're going to say, the Jewish voters, I guess, just felt like, she didn't support them enough. Get out of here. But it's not just CNN and MSNBC. Then you got Majority Report and Emma Vigilant, honey, I got to say. Emma Vigilant was trolling people for months on Twitter, telling people that all the polls that said Trump was in the lead were false. Emma Vigilant was one of the people that said she's going to win Iowa. All those people that were like, she's going to win Iowa off of that one poll. Emma Vigilant is also melting down in her meltdown corner.
One thing I'll just get a little emotional about is it does, as a woman, feel pretty shitty. I feel like the humanity of women and their rights, no one cares. And even in the face of Trump and everything that he represented, that's a tough pill to swallow. One thing I'll just get a little emotional about is it does, as a woman, feel pretty shitty.
What a joke.
I feel like the humanity of women and their rights, no one cares.
Lady, go have your abortion. Give me a break.
Oh my God. Look, let me make something very clear.
Right. Go
I was not happy about the overturn of Roe v. Wade. I understand, I've known people who personally have had to have abortions. I was not happy about the overturn of it.
That lady's a lady of the night.
That being said, I also realized it's not a number one issue for most voters. And I think people like Emma Vigilant, what they don't seem to understand, because Emma Vigilant comes from a wealthy family. And I think when you grow up a certain way, it's like you're in like this ivory tower, white elite bubble. And so in your mind, because of the world that you grew up in, you're thinking, because it's a number one issue for you, that it's a number one issue for all women. And that is not the case. These are the types of things that I really have to send this message to a lot of like upper class liberals, in particular, white women who are upper class liberals. You have to start to understand that sometimes what's a number one issue to you to a lot of other women, especially those of lower class to you, is not their number one issue. Their number one issue is the economy. Their number one issue is keeping the lights on, paying the bills, like those types of things. So when Emma says, I feel like they don't care about women, I didn't feel that way. I just felt it wasn't a number one issue for most voters. That's how I felt. And I still feel that way. And I tried to say this over and
if you really care about women, then you wouldn't say any old hairy bald man who decided he wanted to be a woman could be a woman. If you really cared about women, you would not say anybody can be a woman. That means you don't give a shit about them like that. You feel like anybody could be one. See, this is the deep-seated foolishness that's going on here. Oh, I just feel like today no one cares about women. What? You think men should compete in women's sports? You don't give a damn about no woman.
Over and over again. Running on Roe v. Wade is not a number one issue for most people. It also may alienate some people, some men. You guys, for the men in the chat, how do you feel about this? Because if I was a dude and there's this candidate and now they started talking about the economy at first, then they switched to this whole freedom Roe v. Wade thing. And if I were a guy, I mean, I don't know if that's really my place. Because how would that affect me? How does that concern? You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't mean just because people voted for Donald Trump doesn't mean they don't care about women. Just because someone voted for Donald Trump doesn't mean they're racist. I don't know how many times we got to say this. This guy been running since 2016. Why do we have to keep repeating this? Do people like Emma not realize some people who voted for Donald Trump in 2016 voted for Obama? I know, Notori. Notori said you tried to tell them, but they told you to shut the F up. Yeah, I tried to, and it's just, now we got all these tears. People like Emma Vigilant and, the snooty, old left commentator peeps. I mean, old by age, but the old school left media and stuff. Like a lot of these people look down their nose at me when I tried to tell them these very same things 2-3 years ago. Who are you? I mean, like, it just, the meltdowns for me just did. And then there's Simone Sanders, because it gets cuckoo and cuckooer. Simone Sanders is not just upset that Kamala lost. She's mad because Joe Biden was removed from the race. It doesn't even get crazier than this, folks.
Yes. But I do have an indictment of some of the strategy. And again, the people that said Joe Biden was the problem. Where's my camera?
He was not the solution. He was not the solution.
I will just note that it is probably not the best idea that Democrats orchestrated a very public stab fest, a proverbial stabbing in the front of the sitting president of the United States of America, and then didn't use him in his hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania. I will defer to Mr. Fields. But I do have an indictment of some of the strategy. And again, the people that said Joe Biden was the problem. Where's my camera?
He was not the solution.
He was not the solution, whoever that is in the background saying that. So Simone Sanders, to me, just feels like, why do you continue to kiss up to Joe Biden? Simone Sanders wanted to be Joe Biden's press secretary when she was working on his campaign, right? And he chose Jen Psaki instead. And she said she was hurt that she wasn't chosen. So I guess as like some consolation prize, they gave her this MSNBC gig, right? So she got that gig and did her own thing. And for whatever reason, ever since then, it seems like she feels like she constantly has to kiss up to Joe Biden, kiss his ass. Like, this is really giving me massive. Oh, Massa, I love you. I love you. I can't live without you. Oh, Massa. That's what it reminds me of. It's giving me Django vibes or something. Like, I can't get past this. You do not constantly have to come in and defend this man. 2, Joe Biden is not in any shape or form to continue to be president of this country right now, let alone in the future. Simone Sanders knows this. 3, you weren't saying all this back when Kamala Harris was selected to be the nominee. See, everybody got things to say now. But when Kamala was selected at that point in time, you guys were quiet. You were like, oh, let's just go along. Yeah, this is going to be great. This is going to be good. Now, all of a sudden, now you want to do a show. Where's my camera? Can we go to part 2? Type V and see Eric. It's laughable. It's hilarious to me. Like, I can't make this up, fam. I can't make this up. Let's see if we can go to Eric. Can we go to part 2? Is this part 2? I don't know if Eric's. Oh, I think this is. I don't know if I'm on part 2 or not. Okay. So that's one part, okay? We're not done yet. We're still not done yet. Here's another one talking about pollsters' reaction to the election results after predicting she wouldn't win. So listen to this. It just, I can't, oh my God. Woo.
That's why my prediction system with a 40-plus year track record predicts that Kamala Harris will be a new path-breaking president, the first woman president, and the first president of mixed African and Asian descent.
But on election night, during a live stream of results, Lichtman's tune changed, casting doubt on his own prediction.
Trump is winning 51% of the Hispanic vote in Pennsylvania.
What?
That's what CNN is showing right now.
How's that possible? The world is turned upside down. That's all I can say. Is that better?
Up to the eve of the election, there was one pollster creating all the buzz, Ann Seltzer, who boldly predicted deep red Iowa would go to Kamala Harris, saying Harris would beat Trump by 3 points. On election night, Trump carried the state with about a 13% margin. That poll the former president mocked on the campaign trail.
The polls are just as corrupt as some of the writers back there. They can make those polls sing. They can make them sing. They brag about it. I got a poll, I'm 10 points up in Iowa. One of my enemies just puts out a poll, I'm 3 down. A fake poll. Hey, think of it. Right before the election, that I'm 3 points out. I'm not down in Iowa.
Seltzer told the Des Moines Register late Tuesday night, the poll findings we produced for the Des Moines Register and Mediacom did not match what the Iowa electorate ultimately decided in the voting booth today. I'll be reviewing data from multiple sources with hopes of learning why that happened.
So Alan Lichtman, we can see the woman who came up with that one poll that liberals just jumped on and said, this is the one that says that she wins, right? But Alan Lichtman, who was cracking me up, remember he is the Nostradamus of presidential elections, and he predicted that Kamala will win, and I just didn't agree with it. I said it's possible she could, but I didn't think that this was going to, I thought Trump had a better chance, and I thought she was the underdog in this race. And it's not just him. I mean, it's Cenk Uygur. He also had a meltdown.
These Democratic leaders are simpletons. They're servants of the donor class. So they go in there like, oh, donor, give me money, please. And I made an ad. I'm Kamala Harris. I'm full of joy. Okay, well, what did that get you? And they say, oh, Jake, you're too angry. Too angry? What? You think, does Donald Trump look like he's kind? Does he look like he's in a good mood? I mean, no, people want some sort of reaction from their politicians. They want them to represent them, to fight for them. But that has never occurred to a Democrat outside of Bernie Sanders, and probably we never will. So look, I have no interest in listening to a single Democratic politician ever again.
Yeah, you will. Don't get me wrong. We've seen these meltdowns from Cenk Uygur before. He'll listen to them again. In fact, next election cycle, he'll be telling you to vote for the Democrat. So I don't understand why he was so angry, because he endorsed Kamala Harris as many times as he went on to Piers Morgan's show, arguing with people about Zionism and supporting Palestinian struggle. And I totally agree with that and totally support that. In the end, he went on to Twitter and told everybody, I'm going to support and vote for Kamala Harris. And people were eating him up in the comments. So it just, you can tell this was a bad campaign.
They can go kiss my ass. They can do whatever they want. And we never listen to them anyway. And they hate us because we're right and they're wrong. They're always wrong. And they hate us for being right. Okay? So, but they're not going to learn. You have to beat them in a primary. That's your only hope. And so if you say it's super hard to beat them in a primary because of the lying sons of bitches on mainstream media who will smear you to no end, who will fight harder against progressives and populists, then Republicans or Donald Trump or anyone else. Well, brothers and sisters, nobody said life was fair. So we got to go fight that mainstream media. We got to destroy that mainstream media that is filled with lies on top of lies about how the politicians are so honest and the donors have no control over policy. They have 100% control over policy. Everyone in mainstream media is a liar.
I hope you guys have some fun on this show. Everyone in mainstream media is a liar. They are, but Cenk Uygur, you still supported and voted for those same politicians who have those big money donors that you complain about. So you're just very much a part of that system.
Who goes, oh, well, here's a bill. Well, I'm not going to talk about the donors at all. I think they're having an ideological debate. Oh, look at that. The donor class won the ideological debate again, but I won't call them the donor class. I won't tell you that it's corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats that are playing good cop and bad cop against you the entire time. So these Democratic leaders are the most useless people on earth. If they're not all fired, the Democratic Party is out of its mind. So as the voters, you have to understand, those guys have a vested interest in protecting their own ass and protecting their money and their privilege and their status. You need to fire them. They're not going to fire themselves. You think Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Kamala Harris, and all these people go, oh yeah, I got Jamie Harrison and Dancy. Oh yeah, I guess we were the problem. You think the Democratic consultant class that have been robbing you blind this entire time is going to go, oh, I guess we were the problem. No, you have to fire them. So the next time that some son of a bitch on MSNBC or in the Democratic Party tells you, oh no, be a good boy and girl, be civil, and vote for Democratic leaders. They know what they're doing. Those are the same goddamn liars that told you that Joe Biden was totally fine, that he was young and he was dynamic behind the scenes, and it wasn't a problem at all. At that point, he was down 8 points nationally. He was getting slaughtered. He was down by 18 in Iowa, and I could go on and on. They've been lying to you the whole time. If you're on the left, you're a Democratic voter. Wakey, wakey. I need to wake you up out of the hypnosis that you're in, that Morning Joe and The View and all of mainstream media has put you in. They're lying to you. Why do you think they keep losing?
Russiagate in Ukraine.
You put people in that predicament too, Cenk, because you tell them to vote for the same people. You tell them to vote for the same people. You know, there was a candidate that had a real left agenda, and that was Jill Stein. And you didn't tell your viewers to get behind Jill Stein because she had those solid policies that you're talking about. You told them, oh, we got to go for Kamala because otherwise we're going to get Donald Trump. So you be doing the same thing too, bud. You do the same thing.
You think, oh, they keep telling you how smart they are and how they're going to deliver you victories. And all they ever do is deliver loss after loss after loss. So Democratic voters snap
win
out of
after
it.
win over here.
These guys are obvious liars. Fire them all. Fire them all. And if you don't, okay, then keep losing to buffoons, to obvious con men like Donald Trump. Keep losing, and never figuring it out. Here, I solved it for you. I figured it out. It's a goddamn corruption. All the stupid donor money, all it's ever done is lead to more losses. So if you don't fire them, you have no one to blame but yourself.
Donor money.
Fire them all. So epic meltdown there for our Cenk Uygur again. But like I said, he was voting for Kamala Harris. So there's that as well. And then there's also this obsession over how white women voted. And Margaret Kimberly really nailed this. She said, "Dear liberals, please stop the obsession with how white women vote. The last Democrat to get a majority of the white vote was Lyndon Johnson in 1964. Most white people have been voting Republican for the last 60 years. Get over yourselves and figure out how to win elections." Bam. That's what I'm talking about, because Margaret Kimberly lays it out. And I've seen it left and right. There's another one. Everybody's like, the white women didn't come out for Kamala. White women, why did you do this? Why?
Look like they only
but according to the data, what Margaret Kimberly just laid out there, it's very telling there that obviously.
Revolutionary salute to our brother who joined the House of Revolution, Mac G. Welcome to the revolution, brother. Revolution is way of life. I absolutely appreciate the love, family. Salute to you.
Since 1964.
Your membership.
So why are people expecting Everybody is looking for someone to blame except for Kamala Harris. And then there were 2 videos that were sent my way about people just epically melting down on TikTok. Good grief.
I'm sorry. No.
Yeah, me too.
No.
I might have to make this lady a taser. These people got to be most a taser.
Why? Do you really hate me that bad? I'm sorry. No. Why? Do you really hate me that bad?
I like, part of me feels like I shouldn't laugh,
community, man.
but it's
I have
just,
to pay any one of these people that I've seen.
I feel like people are just so
It's
out of
them or
touch,
the
man.
community. I
This
have
guy
no
too. Now he has on a T-shirt that says "White Dudes for Harris," and this was another cringe thing that her campaign did. I never agreed with this. I never agreed with people separating in all these different groups. It was like white women for Harris. Okay, white women, it's time for us to use our white woman privilege and help Kamala get elected. I was like, is this for real? Like, what is that? What kind of crazy shit is this? I never agreed with people separating into all those different groups saying white dudes for Harris, white, women for Harris, black men for Harris. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, it just, but he melts down.
I can't believe Trump's actually going to win this fucking thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so pissed off. Fuck. God damn it.
You will not be going into the bathrooms. You will not be going into those restrooms. You will go to the proper restroom now, you pervert. We won't have tampons in the men's bathrooms, you disgusting punk. Yes, you will not be nowhere near them youngsters. Do you hear me? Let it all out. Y'all see him? Keep your eyes on this cat right here. We know where his mind at.
Win this fucking thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so pissed off. Fuck. God damn it.
Damn pervert.
I don't know what to say other than
like he
look,
being
dude,
a man across the street from a park near you. That's serious business.
I think if people would have gotten out of their bubbles, I don't think that they would have been surprised about the turnout. I think if people would leave their echo chambers and they talk to people who are on the other side politically, I think they wouldn't have been surprised about the way the election turned out.
And I want to talk to these people.
Hey guys, this was a savvy clip. If you like what you
we're not going to be talking to all these people, these women being yelling and hollering and talking about they don't want no man, don't look at them, they not having sex with nobody. Like, what the hell? Who offered y'all any, man, these women, they just went crazy. They perverts like that. Come on, man. It's going to be a hell of a 4 years. Y'all trying to tell y'all better be ready to do combat. Man, they out there ready to lie on you. Then that pervert I just seen, he look like he going to be picking in some windows real soon. We got to stop these sick bastards.
Trump has repeatedly threatened to prosecute Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Barack Obama, Liz Cheney, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, General Mark Milley, Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg, New York AG Letitia James.
Good.
And that's just some of the people he has talked about. Do you support him using the Justice Department to go after the people who disagree?
We didn't do it his first term. What I support is stopping.
Right, but this is the second.
What I support is stopping this lawfare, stopping this political targeting, political cases. We all know the Fonnie Willis case, the Alvin Bragg case, and the Jack Smith cases were all driven by politics. The American people understood it. That's why they had this overwhelming win. One of the reasons this overwhelming win for President Trump. So I'm against the retribution. I'm against the Justice Department saying if you're a mom and dad showing up at a school board meeting, we're going to investigate you. I'm against the FBI putting together a memorandum at the Richmond field office which said if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist.
So I just want to.
We want all that to stop.
I just want to put a button on this. So what you are saying is that all of the times that President Trump said so many.
That's disgusting. He just went through a whole list, and they've been going over those cases in the House. That Joe Biden and the U.S. government have been targeting their political enemies. Yes, Catholic people who are part of Catholic faith, absolutely. Soccer moms, people who too religious, they absolutely been targeting them. And she don't want to hear
things about people
Joe
that he
Biden
promised that he would go after them and prosecute them. You were going to encourage him not to do that?
Well, all I know is what he didn't do. That.
I know, but we're talking about
lock her up. You know, he's talking about his opponent in 2016, Secretary Clinton, talked about lock her up. He didn't do that. He didn't go. But the Democrats went after him.
I know, but I'm talking about
everyone
Donald
understands
Trump's
what they did is
second
wrong.
term.
I mean,
going forward.
I don't
Since
think,
then,
I don't
he has
think
said
any,
many,
I
many
don't think
times.
any of that's going to happen because we're the party who's against political prosecution. We're the party who's against going after your opponents using lawfare. In fact, I think this is one of the issues that the
So it was
American
just a
people
campaign rhetoric? It wasn't real?
Well, I think he's pointing out what's going on. The retribution, actually, Liz Cheney on January 6th went after President Trump, said things that weren't accurate, I think, in their report. The other individuals he's talked about have been part of this retribution going after President Trump. Never forget, it started clear back before he was in office. They spied on his campaign in 2016.
I am not talking
for
about
8 years they've been going after President
He
Trump.
won. He won.
He sure did. He won big.
He won big. So my question and what people want to know is what he is going to do.
I think he's going to do.
Just for example, 2 days ago, he called for investigations
think
into
he's gonna
anyone
do this.
spreading rumors.
I think he's going to secure the border. I think he's going to get rid of this crazy inflation that's hurting middle class and working class families, hurting our economy. I think he's going to get back to common sense energy policy. I think he's going to focus on protecting the First Amendment. I mean, think about this. Did you ever think you would see Donald Trump, Elon Musk, RFK Jr., and Tulsi Gabbard on the same team? They were on the same team because of the attack on free speech, the attack on the First Amendment. He's going to focus on those things that the American people elected him to do.
All right, guys, so we got to talk about the mainstream liberal media. Boo, why didn't it cry about the second Trump administration and what President Trump may choose to do, right? They are afraid that Trump is going to try to seek justice. Now, they're calling justice revenge, retribution, political persecution, but no. In my eyes, it is justice because you have these individuals that have weaponized the government to go after Trump, like, for example, Jack Smith, people like Letitia James, okay? A lot of individuals, a lot of deranged Democrats have abused their offices, abused their power to go after Trump. And I think that justice should be served, okay? I would not mind at all if the Trump Justice Department decided that, hey, maybe these political persecutions of the former president should be investigated. And if charges are appropriate, then, hey, we got to do what we got to do. That is exactly what should happen. Now, do I think that is what will happen? I don't know. Okay, I'm not sure if Trump is going to be as concerned with trying to bring justice to the people that went after him rather than helping the American people, right? I'm hoping that he's more concerned about taking care of what is actually affecting the American people the most right now, which is the economy and illegal immigration, right? So I would not be surprised if these things do not happen under his administration, although I would love to see Letitia James behind bars, right? There's nobody I would love to see more behind bars in prison than Letitia James, the Attorney General of New York, okay? Because this woman has weaponized her office in the most obvious way possible to try to bankrupt Trump. I mean, that fraud case is probably going to get overruled. I mean, she got absolutely destroyed by the judges during the appeals process. And despite all this, she's still threatening President-elect Trump with more lawfare, despite him not even being in office yet.
Let me just say this to Big Tish James, the New York Attorney General. I dare you. I dare you to try to continue your lawfare against President Trump in his second term, because listen here, sweetheart, we're not messing around this time. And we will put your fat ass in prison for conspiracy against rights. And I promise you that. So think long and hard before you want to violate President Trump's constitutional rights or any other American's constitutional rights. It's not going to happen again.
We've been warning people on the show, Mike, this isn't the same Trump administration. Stop messing around. Don't rig elections. Don't illegally vote. Don't try the funny business, because we know the team this time and they are not effing around.
And it's stuff like that I don't think Democrats should be allowed to get away with, right? If you allow them to get away with it, they will continue to do it because they believe that they will not face consequences. Although I guess you could argue that them doing that backfired on them, and that's part of the reason why Trump won. So, you know, it's neither here nor there. All I know is that the mainstream liberal media is trying to create as much fear as possible around the next Trump administration and what they're going to do. And when they're not talking about the possibility of political persecutions, They're talking about mass deportations, as if mass deportations is something that the American people should be fearful of. Okay, the American people actually support mass deportations. And again, this is just not a reality that outlets like CNN seem to be willing to accept, that the American people want what the Trump administration is planning to do. Take a look.
Who's targeted first?
Well, he's already said that. People have migrants here who committed crimes, criminal.
How are you going to find them?
The ones who committed crimes, you go after them. We've had.
But I mean, like who actually?
Whose daughter was killed. We've had Rachel Morin's family who came in and talked.
How are they going to be found? Is it going to be the military? Is it going to be local law enforcement?
1.3 million migrants have already had their asylum case adjudicated, been in front of a judge, and the judge says you do not qualify under the law. We're the party of the rule of law. Those 1.3 million, they don't qualify under the law.
My question is how you get them.
They're supposed to be removed. They have a removal order. You start there. You start with the criminals. You start with the people who've already.
I want to understand. So people say, like, let's say one of these people is living in their apartment complex. Is the military going to come in? Is it the local law enforcement? How is it actually physically going to work?
The Trump administration, the Department of Homeland Security will work with local law enforcement, and we'll focus on the people who 1.3 million already been in front of a judge and said, no, you're not entitled to stay here. You have to be removed. There's an order there, a court of law. They've had their due process. They've had the whole process play out.
So let's move on beyond that population, non-criminals, people who are in the country who are not legal citizens, those who have not committed crimes.
We're starting with the criminal element.
I know, but after that.
But listen, you can't do that to Israel. You can't go to Israel and stay as long as you want. It's nowhere on the planet. We can all go to Africa right now if you ain't get it. If you overstay your visa or whatever, your ass got to get out. So if I go to Africa and they tell me get my black ass out, like they've done plenty of black Americans, can we say it's racist? This is racist. This is insane what they're trying to do, and you definitely can't do it in Israel. And I say that because she's a small hat. They want to see she want to ruin this place. Make sure we don't get shit and give it up to the new Americans. Okay. Forget the 1.3 criminals that's killing and raping and pillaging and plundering. 1.3 million, that's a lot. What about the people that's not criminals? They plotting to be criminals, goddammit. They got to go too.
Well, we'll start there and then go from that point. But again, this was clear in the election. This was one of the top issues. President Trump had the greatest political comeback in history, won 30 states, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won an electoral college landslide.
They hate that.
This was one of the big issues. He told the American people he was going to do it.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm asking how it's going to work.
This is how I believe it'll start. And remember, they told him in his first term, he couldn't do certain things. He got them done. I'm convinced he'll get them done, but I also am convinced he's going to start with the criminal element and the 1.3 million
and then
who've already been in front of a judge, and the judge says you have to be removed.
Ultimately, will it be 15 to 20 million as he promised on the campaign trail?
Well, we will see. What I know is if you send that message, I think that is so good for securing our border, which the country wants. Just the opposite of what the Biden administration did. Biden and Harris administration came in on day one and said, no more building the wall, no more remain in Mexico. And when you get here, you will not be detained. You will be released. And 10 million came in. So the country rightly said, let's put a stop to that. And the place to begin is with the criminal element and the 1.3 million who've already been adjudicated.
So the last question I want to ask about this are
so you seen that, you heard that. Now, I've never seen Dana Bash or anybody on CNN really ask for specific details on how Democrats are going to enact their cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs policies, right? I've never seen them ask, well, how are you going to pay for it? Exactly how are you going to do this? How are you going to do that? I just hear them essentially ask.
Just see the small hat. See, what she tried to do is they want to put Hitler in your mind rounding up the Jews. That's what they want people to think of. Who's going to be? It's going to be the police. Who's going to be rounding these people up? They want you to think about the Nazis rounding up the Jews. So that's what they play going to be for 4 years. Are y'all going to be the Nazis who rounded up the Jews? Ridiculous.
You ask a question and then just let Democrats talk and say whatever they want to say with no pushback whatsoever, which clearly is not what Dana Bash is doing here with Jim Jordan, right? With Jim Jordan, it seems she is hell-bent on trying to make him explain every little detail about the plan to mass deport illegal immigrants, even though he's explaining to her what the plan is, right? Essentially, you already have people who have been ordered to be deported, okay? So we can start there first, okay? Get those people out of here. And then you have criminals who have been found to have committed crimes in this country. Boom. And then you got those people. We get those people out. Also, on top of that, if we stop funding the migrant crisis in the sense that we stop allowing the illegals to use our social safety nets, a lot of the illegals will deport themselves, right? If we stop giving them work permits, if we stop allowing them to live here off taxpayer dime, then they will leave.
Now, obviously, Trump's promised, and you've talked a lot about this, the mass deportation of undocumented immigrants. First of all, do you really think that we're going to see him round up and deport upwards of 11? Sometimes he's put the number as high as 20 million people out of the United States. Is that really going to happen?
Donald Trump's campaign promise was the largest mass deportation in American history. And he's going to keep that promise. And I'll tell you, let's just start very pragmatically here. I think most Americans agree with this. You take the number of people who have entered the country just in the last 18 to 24 months. That's millions of undocumented immigrants, illegal migrants, who have really no place in this country. Anybody who's committed a crime.
We get
automatically, that already is the largest mass deportation in American history. Now take that to the next level. Not an iota, not a cent of government spending should go to subsidize this, not to sanctuary cities, not to federal aid to people who are in this country illegally. And we're going to see a large number, by the millions, of self-deportations as well. And so these are pragmatic places to start that would give us, yes, the largest mass deportation in American history.
But fall far short of 11 million or more.
We're going to go step by step aggressively. Donald Trump's going to stay true to his campaign pledge, but in a way that respects the dignity of the Americans who are already here. Okay, and I do think it's offensive to use, when we have $34 trillion of national debt, government funds to subsidize this type of illegal migration. That's half the problem. And if any illegal migrant is no longer a customer of the welfare state, you're going to see self-deportations combined with deportations of those who enter.
Let me ask you,
boom, it's really that simple, right? It's really that simple. But the mainstream liberal media, again, now all of a sudden they want to know details about how Republicans are going to get things done, details that they never want to know about how Democrats are going to fulfill their promises. Again, it's amazing how that works. Okay, but a lot of these people in the media, they're just doing.
They act like they finna build some underground railroad like the illegal Harriet Tubman finna rise up. So these people got me fucked up. This ain't no noble cause. What they doing? They trying to destroy our civilization. This is not a noble cause. We would not be sitting here acting like they defend the civil rights. Well, y'all out of their damn mind. They destroying our way of life, the little bit we have.
Doing what they're paid to do, which is to be propagandists for Democrats and to be antagonistic towards Republicans. So they're trying to get gotchas. They're not actually really trying to have a real conversation. They just want gotchas, right? They want to get Republicans on record saying something that then they can turn around and then repeat and then fearmonger about, right? And this is essentially what Dana Bash tried to do with Jim Jordan when it comes to asking him about the 2020 election versus the 2024 election. Because y'all know that a lot of Republicans believe that there were problems with the 2020 election. And in 2024, Trump won the election in a landslide, and there are people who still believe there are issues with our elections. But at the same time, hey, Trump won, so hey, we're going to move forward. And Dana Bash tried to get a gotcha out of this, and Jim Jordan simply did not let her do it. Take a look.
Okay, let's talk about the election, because in the run-up to the election, even on election night itself, Donald Trump baselessly accused Democrats of cheating. As soon as the results started to come in and showed them going his way, he stopped. Silence. Nothing about that. I haven't seen you or your colleagues claiming any election irregularities, no rampant voting fraud this time. It seems to me that Republicans claim voting fraud and election integrity when you lose and not when you win.
No, I mean, again, as I said before, this election, I think, was the greatest political comeback we've ever seen. I mean, he did something that even Teddy Roosevelt couldn't do, for goodness sake. And the country.
But you think it was a free and fair election?
No. This election, you just interviewed the Latino, I think, restaurant owner or a restaurant worker, and he said he was tired of all the woke stuff. This election was real simple. You had back-to-back administrations. We got something we very seldom get in American history, American politics. back-to-back administrations now running for the top job, and people could do a direct comparison. And they said, we like what we had under President Trump versus.
But last time around,
we like the safe streets versus the record.
Last time around, your leader claimed that there were problems with
secure
fraud.
border versus the open border.
Right, those are policies.
That's what this election was about.
That's totally fair. But last time around, it wasn't so much about the policy differences or the personality differences. There were false claims about election fraud when Donald Trump lost. This time, Donald Trump won, and you think the election was free and fair. You see, there's a little bit of a...
No, I think the Democrats got to ask, why did we go from getting 81 million to getting 70 million? What happened to those 10 million people? Maybe they needed, maybe it's not smart to run an election where you have no vision.
It's 20 million. He just brought up 10, and he just threw it out there. He really telling them because your ass cheated. It's 20 million missing votes. Now, they can say whatever they want. Well, 20 million people decided not to go along with them this time. Nah, your ass cheated last time, more than likely.
No record to run on.
Do you believe that the
2024 names?
Do you believe that the 2024 election was free and fair?
I do.
And why was it different from 2020 when he lost? Is that the only difference?
No, there were concerns about 2020 with all the mail-in voting that happened. You know, when Pennsylvania had like 2-point-something million mail-in ballots come in without any signature verification, which was required under Pennsylvania statute. So there were all kinds of concerns with how the 2020 election was carried out. But
there was absolutely
the biggest question Democrats need to be asking: what happened to the 10 million voters that Joe Biden got that didn't come out for Kamala Harris? A bunch of them. President Trump's numbers were right up where they were in 2020, but the Democrats were much lower. I think it's because they had no vision, no record to run on, and they just wanted to call everyone names. Turns out when you tell people, oh, you're fascist, racist, deplorable, garbage, they don't like that. And then when you use lawfare to go after their candidate, they don't like that either. Well, that's why they came out. So on top of the economy, on top of the price of gas, on top of the inflation, that's why they voted for President Trump.
We're out of time. I just want to say for the record that there was no evidence of widespread fraud in 2020. It went through many, many different court cases. Wow. And I do think the name calling,
that's what I was concerned about.
The name calling was very strong on the Republican side of the aisle from the former president, and you know that. So thank you for being here. Appreciate you going through all of this.
You bet.
Wow. Some things just never change. Okay. And as soon as you call out these propagandists for being what they are, Democrat Party propagandists, they will boo-hoo on the ground and say,
oh, no, show you they're not
I'm a journalist, not a Democrat Party propagandist. I'm not a liberal, I'm a journalist. Right? It's like, no. You are a propagandist. Okay. Dana Bash is a propagandist.
That's crazy.
I just think that, again, it's funny how she tries to get this gotcha. What's the point of asking this question? Seriously, what's the point? If Democrats are so hell-bent on saying that election fraud never happens, okay, and that all the elections are free and fair and that you can't question it, what is the point of now asking this question after Trump won in 2024?
Bro, they say Russia stole the election. They say that's what Hillary and the Democrats still say, Russia interference. They still say Russia interfered. They don't admit that Trump beat Hillary. They say Russia stole the election.
Well, the point is that these people want to try to humiliate Republicans, but Jim Jordan was not going to allow her to do that because, again, there is nuance to it. Okay, you can say that, hey, there was problems in 2020 that we didn't see in 2024, and the specific problem here is the fact that, hey, it seems as if a lot of Democrats didn't vote for Kamala Harris this time around like they voted for Joe Biden. Now, why is that, right? Why is it that Kamala Harris lost those 10 to 15 million votes? Where did those votes go, right? I think that's a great question that the mainstream liberal media should spend time investigating instead of trying to get gotchas against Republicans, right? Maybe Dana Bash should be asking Democrats, yeah. What happened to those 10 to 15 million votes? That sure is a whole lot of votes to lose in one election cycle. 10 to 15 million? That's pretty embarrassing, right? Either that or maybe we need to look deeper into 2020 and to figure out how the hell did Democrats get all those votes in the first place, right? Right? Again, that's what a journalist would do, okay? But instead, because Dana Bash is not a journalist, she's a propagandist, she's more concerned about trying to get it a gotcha. Oh, well, you're a hypocrite. And it's like, no. It's not about hypocrisy. This is about the fact that, yeah, there are legitimate questions about how the hell did Biden get all those votes, right? And now all of a sudden, fast forward 4 years, Kamala lost all those votes. There could be a nefarious explanation to it, but the other explanation is pretty humiliating for the Democrats, which I think is a more pertinent question to ask than about Republicans and their claims about the 2020 election versus 2024. Okay. And so, again, I just find these interviews here for the mainstream liberal media, they're doing the exact same thing that they were doing before the election. They're going to continue to do it. And that's fine, right? Because let's be honest, Republicans facing a lot of this heat from the media, it actually made the Republicans stronger going into the 2024 election, right? One of the reasons why Kamala Harris was so weak is because she didn't face any of these questions. She never faced these tough questions from Dana Bash. Dana Bash never pushed back against Kamala Harris the way that she pushed back against Jim Jordan. So when it comes to doing interviews and stuff like that, Kamala Harris was very rusty. She didn't know how to articulate herself. She just wasn't ready. But when it came to J.D. Vance doing interviews and stuff like that with the media, he was a bulldog, right? He was ready because the media is always adversarial towards Republicans. So Republicans are just better at dealing with the media than Democrats are because Democrats never face this type of pushback, right? So, I mean, I guess it's neither here nor there, right? So this is what they're going to continue to do for the next 4 years. And, hey, at the end of the day, they can boo-hoo, whine, and cry about what Republicans want to do in the agenda. But the American people have spoken and they say, hey, we agree with the America First agenda and they want President Trump to execute. And that's exactly what I hope Republicans do. So let me know what you guys think. Make sure you
Columbus, Dayton, Cleveland, Cincinnati, Lexington, Kentucky, Burbank, California, and Honolulu. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. So you know this guy, this maniac from the WEF?
Oh, he's the worst.
So listen to what he said
Isn't
about...
he in the original vampire movie?
That is Nosferatu.
Nosferatu.
So Nosferatu says this about Donald Trump. Here we go.
Concerned that Trump might be elected again? Sure.
I think it's very likely. And if it happens, it is likely to be the kind of like the death blow to what remains of the global order.
Wow. Talk
out of the mouths of babes.
That guy needs a...
Boy, you didn't need to give America another reason to vote for him, asshole. So guess what? Guess what happened? Vladimir Putin declared the death of a new world order just 2 days after the election results and a day after Elon Musk's cryptic Novus Ordo Seclorum tweet. Putin says the new world order is a thing of the past. The moment of truth is approaching, and he backs Donald Trump's foreign policy, emphasizing a stance that avoids the use of force. The global order is dead.
Yay! Hooray! Yip, 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 yip.
Not only that, but look at this. Just in, Russian President Putin confirms his readiness to begin negotiations with U.S. President-elect Donald Trump.
Have you ever noticed how Trump sits when he's facing cameras in a seated position?
What's that?
Look, he always sits like that.
Yeah. Donald Trump?
With his diamond over his balls. That is, actually, I don't know if he does it subconsciously, but it's a well-known sort of.
Oh, wow, look at that. It's like he's making his balls look like a heart.
Yeah, well, he's emphasizing his genitalia.
It works. So here is President Putin. He takes Donald Trump's plan to end the war with Ukraine very seriously, and Russia supports it. Let's hear it. Here it comes. Is it going to play?
You know, the fact that Mr. Trump, as a presidential candidate, says that he's ready and wants to stop the war in Ukraine, we take that very seriously.
Okay, but not as serious as the family that just bought a house in Poland. I'll tell you that. Come on. I don't know what Trump has planned, but okay. So anyway. Guess what else happened? You might like this, Roseanne. Hamas calls for immediate end to the war after Trump's election win.
Good.
Look at that. Look at that.
That's good.
So they're willing to work with your boy. Isn't that nice? Here's some more fuckers you don't like.
Oh.
These are this is from the Houthis in Yemen. They said our operation in the international waters were purely defensive, and we announced their final cessation.
Wow.
This was right after Trump got elected. This is all happening right after. So this is what we were hoping for in a Trump victory. Well, guess what else? The Xi Jinping, he says, Chinese President Xi Jinping says he is ready to strengthen relations with the United. This is all good fucking news, ladies and gentlemen. This is the opposite of what the mainstream media has been telling us. That Trump is not respected. That Trump, people know that the neocon warmongers are Joe Biden and the asshole Anthony Blinken and the pricks that are running things right now, the Victoria Newlands, those
That's right. Yeah, you're right.
So all I'm saying is it looks good. Well, now we have to make sure we stay on him because he's indicated that he likes Pompeo again.
No!
Yeah. So I just want to show you, here's a speech by J.D. Vance. And can you imagine if a Democrat gave this speech? Here we go. Imagine if Joe Biden said this. Here we go.
We have built a foreign policy of hectoring and moralizing and lecturing countries that don't want anything to do with it. The Chinese have a foreign policy of building roads and bridges and feeding poor people. And I think that we should pursue a foreign policy, a diplomacy of respect, and a foreign policy that is not rooted in moralizing. It's rooted in the national interest of this country. Because Ambassador Sullivan is at the lead of moralizing instead of pursuing America's national interest, I object.
So,
we have built
I gotta
a foreign
say,
policy of hectoring.
Let me just say that J.D. Vance, weird. So let me ask my panel. Go ahead. So you take it first, Roseanne. Are you encouraged? Are you excited? Did it look? I mean, that's an amazing speech. That should be what every goddamn American politician is saying. And they're trying to make him out to be some kind of fucking maniac because your media is run by the war machine, which is owned by Wall Street, and they don't want shit like that being said. So they got to make him sound weird, and they got to make him look like he's a traitor to our country. When actually the people who are traitors to our country are the people who own the fucking media in this goddamn country, and the people who own both political parties. And this is a breakout from that. And I can honestly and enthusiastically cheer on J.D. Vance with this speech, and I hope more catches on.
Yeah, I really admire him because he comes from, like kind of lower working class and pulled himself up and made the American dream happen. And, it's just fantastic. And they have common sense. That's what's good. They're not bullshit. And they're not trying to pander to they're not pandering to people to get their votes. They're saying what's in our heart and our mind and why we voted the way we did, because we want fucking common sense.
I've been saying,
and we want peace, right? And we want peace and prosperity and all that good shit. We don't want any more of their bullshit. They're all privileged fucking lesbian witches fucking.
I agree completely. I don't know if you noticed, but today Trump put out a bunch of stuff. He put out his 10 points. He put out a free speech panel. I am all in Team RFK and Team Musk. I'm very excited about that. Why is he saying so much so fast? Are they worried something's gonna happen to him, and so he's putting it all out there? Maybe he can finish it off if something happens.
I think so.
That's what worries me.
Well, that would be smart.
He's putting so much stuff out. I'm like, oh boy, people are gonna get either overwhelmed by it and push back on him, or maybe they're worried something's gonna happen to him. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they've tried to kill him. If you read here, they've tried to kill him about 15, 20 times. So he's smart to do it. And he got a guy that, you know.
He's like a regular Fidel Castro. He can really dodge those assassination attempts. All right.
You know, they tried to kill him in Hawaii when I was over there by blowing up that plane. Remember all that?
No, I don't remember.
People don't even know half of it.
No.
Remember they poisoned Melania in Ireland? Anybody remember that?
No.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit we don't know. And he's smart to get it out there while he can.
So he's just putting it all down. So if something happens to him, people can carry through. Yeah. Well.
Do you want to say something, Sam?
Yeah, I mean, 9/11 kind of changed America in the sense that we were loved by everybody. And then after that, the media didn't show us how the world was protesting us going into Iraq. And then since then, you know, when you slaughter 4 million people, there's a karma and spiritual blowback. And we've kind of been feeling it. And why is our military enlistment down? Because people woke up that it's no longer about defending freedom. It's about curb stomping brown people and stealing their resources. People realize that you become stormtroopers, and we don't want that anymore. The world wants America to lead. They just love us. They've always consumed our products, consumed our entertainment, and they want us to be the beacon of freedom, and we lost our way. And people want us to get back to that. They want to get back to love, and that's what I think.
Here, I agree so much with that.
And well, let me just say that's a great note to end the show on. Did you have a good time? Let me thank my panel.
Thomas, welcome to the show. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Kim. It's a pleasure.
So Europe vassalized to America. I think a lot of people have, there's been this isn't spoken about, I think, as readily and as boldly as you are right now, but I think there have been sentiments shared where people feel like, you know, Europe is just going along with America, much to Europe's detriment. And now you're pointing this out, that they have just been recklessly attaching themselves to the Biden administration. So tell us about this freak out that you think they're having there in Europe now that Trump is going to come in as president of the United States again this January.
Yeah, I really do think that this is that Trump's election is the EU establishment's worst nightmare, as I write in the article, because yes, for the past 4 years, but in fact, even going further back, most of the EU leaders have been just completely subordinating themselves to the Biden's reckless strategy, foreign policy strategy, to the complete detriment of their own interests. And they've been framing every aspect of the EU's foreign policy in American terms, basically. That has included, NATO expansion, decoupling from Russia, and even following the U.S. lead on China and on Israel and Gaza. And they're suffering, I would say, a big pushback in terms, because a lot of these policies are not popular, especially when it comes to Ukraine. There's a strong popular opposition to the EU's involvement in the proxy war in Ukraine, first and foremost because of the devastating effects that this has had on ordinary people in Europe in economic terms. But even beyond that, it's clearly been a completely suicidal strategy for Europe, not just in economic terms, but in geopolitical terms as well. Europe has become the world's laughingstock. We're just seen as poodles of America, following America wherever it goes, even if this goes completely against our own interests. And that is, incredibly obvious to everyone. And it's I would say it's obvious to most of the global majority, but also to increasingly a lot of European citizens that the benefits of the transatlantic relationship, of our alliance of friendship with America, are wearing very thin. In fact, some would say have disappeared completely. Europeans have been told for a very long time that that Europe and America are natural allies, that the transatlantic alliance is the foundation of European prosperity, and that we share a common destiny, and that our interests are naturally convergent. Now, this has never been entirely true. I mean, America won a war in the Second World War as major power, and since then has viewed Europe as essentially a province of the American empire to be subject to American control. So this is not, we have to go back if we want to understand how we got to this point. We have to understand the structural conditions that were in place that allowed this hyper-vassalization that we're witnessing now to take place. And it is an 80-year-long history, really. And it dates back to World War II, after which America started treating Europe, as I said, as a province of its own empire to be subject to its control. And it has been exercising this control through a variety of means. These are, economic means all the way, from the Marshall Plan onwards, through military means, of course. Let's not forget that 80 years after the end of World War II, the U.S. still...
That's why Trump told NATO to pay the 2% of their budget, or he was done with them. They weak, they can't protect themselves. Putin just really showed them that they got to pay up. A lot of them been getting a free ride. And Trump was right when he told Germany and those European countries, if Russia is so much your threat, and you are a threat to you, why the fuck you doing all that good business with them? He was right to tell them that. He right to tell them you should be doing all that good business with us if we're going to protect you. You see, he not wrong for telling those European countries that you need to pay your 2% into NATO or it's a scam. Or they fleecing America and they getting free protection and they businesses are thriving. That's a scam on America. Trump is definitely correct.
Holds a massive military presence in Europe, especially in the two countries that lost the war, Germany and Italy. Of course, it's then been exercising its military control over Europe through NATO, which again, we are told is an alliance among equals, but everyone knows that's not the case. Everyone knows that NATO is subject to essentially U.S. de facto control. And then, and then we have the various ways in which sort of the various entanglements between the U.S. security state and the various European security states. And that has played a very important role throughout all post-war history. And that has included America being involved in, especially in the 70s and 80s, in a number of, for example, false flag terrorist attacks, which were then blamed on socialist and communist left-wing movements in order to marginalize them. So, for example, if we fast forward to Nord Stream, the worst terrorist attack on a European infrastructure ever, which we know the US was involved in some way or another, if not directly, indirectly. Again, this is not something new. America has been involved in these kinds of terrorist attacks, Europe, for a very long time, enjoying it, say. So this was the first phase, I would say, of U.S. control of Europe, the Cold War period, and that was a time when you could justify it in some ways. At least that was a time when the Europe benefited economically, at least in material terms, at least from a sort of capitalist development perspective, from being a part of the U.S. dominated hegemonic bloc. Even though that was based, of course, on exploitative relations with the global South and all that. But you can clearly make the case that, there were material benefits to being part of the US empire, even if in a very subordinate position. And yet at the time, Europe was able to also assert a relative autonomy. That was because we had very smart politicians, and these politicians were anchored in mass parties, which had a very strong mass base, so the US couldn't overplay its hand. So this was the first phase, I would say, of American control over Europe. And then we have the end of the Cold War, and that completely shifts the dynamics, because at this point, we see, interests that were relatively convergent up until that point started to diverge. Because after the Cold War, clearly Europe had an interest in normalizing relations with Russia, in fact, bringing Russia into the kind of Euro-Atlantic sphere. That's in fact what post-Cold War, what post-Soviet Russia wanted. And this would have been clearly in Europe's interest. It would have been in Europe's interest from an economic standpoint and from a security standpoint. It would have been in Europe's interest to do away with NATO and to build a new security architecture with Russia, respectful of Russia's security concerns and, of course, Europe's security concerns. Obviously, America had other plans, as we know, with Russia, with the Soviet Union no longer in the way. America decided to go for full-on global dominance, the Wolfowitz doctrine and all that. And it's important to understand that this wasn't just directed at Russia and, for example, China, even though China back then wasn't much of a big deal. It was also directed against Europe. So this Wolfowitz doctrine of full spectrum dominance, of preventing the rise of any alternative power to America, also included Europe. This was very clear, and that's why it's always been a geostrategic imperative for America to sort of drive a wedge between Europe and Russia, to prevent the rise of a Eurasian geopolitical reality that would essentially render the American security umbrella, so-called security umbrella, meaningless. And that would have really consolidated a new Eurasian hegemonic bloc that would have severely threatened America's plans for hegemonic global dominance. And I think this explains a lot, for example, I think of the rationale behind NATO expansion. I think it wasn't just directed at Russia, it was also directed at Europe to start to sort of, drive a wedge between Europe and Russia. And yet, at that time, we still saw Europe being able to relatively assert its interests and its autonomy, especially Germany. So, of course, we know that throughout most of the 2000s, Germany really asserted itself as the unquestioned political and economic hegemon in Europe. Again, that was something that didn't completely jibe with America's plans because they started seeing Germany as a political competitor when it came to sort of political control of Europe. But also we see Germany establishing growing ties with Russia. And that's also, a big red flag for America. So Nord Stream is the most obvious example. And and then, of course, we have the third critical turning point, which is the Russia-Ukraine war, which completely reverses this trend. We see America using that war to reestablish its complete economic, political, technological, and military control over Europe. Essentially, as you mentioned, completely re-vassalizing, in fact, hyper-vassalizing Europe to a degree that it's never been before. It's been what's happened over the past 3 years is really quite astonishing. I think no European would have imagined that we could have got to this point. I mean, as an Italian, up until not too long ago, I mean, for me, I remember looking up at Germany and even fearing Germany as this, scary hegemon, which was imposing its policies, throughout Europe, and even, under Merkel's lead, standing up in ways to America. I mean, we remember that the big economic tensions that Germany had with the US during Obama, and then of course during Trump, and so I think in this sense, the Ukraine war has to be understood from the US perspective, not just as a war against Russia, but also, and perhaps first and foremost, as a war against Europe. But then again, it doesn't make sense to separate Europe and Russia because ultimately this war is about, once and for all driving, as big a wedge as possible between Europe, and especially Germany, and Russia. And so I think in the current context, continuing to remain beholden to the transatlantic alliance from the perspective of Europe's sort of natural geostrategic interests makes no sense whatsoever. Our interests today, to the extent that they were fully convergent, are today fully divergent. And this is evident just from looking at the impact of the Ukraine war. This is a war that America has, at least in the short term, hugely benefited from, economically, militarily, and Europe has only lost out. economically, geopolitically, and so we have a complete divergence. And yet, at this time, at a time when the cost, the benefits of the transatlantic alliance have all but evaporated, we see, as we've been saying, Europe being more vassalized than ever. So this is kind of what you could call the paradox of vassalization. And now, and of course, now we have the Trump factor, which again kind of throws the cards up in the air, because Europe's elites are so wedded to the transatlantic alliance, so-called alliance, that they they really can't. They don't know how to deal with a more as isolationist America.
Right.
And so I think this is the big problem from their perspective. I mean, they're materially, psychologically wedded to this, essentially to their subordination to America. They want to be told what to do. And the problem is that they've invested so much in one strategy that if now the strategy changes, that completely undermines the rationale for all the policies that they've implemented over the past 3 years. So you can see why they're freaking out. They've acted against Europe's basic interests in the name of unquestionably following America's lead. And now, if America's direction changes, then what do the vassals do? So I think the vassals are freaking out because of this change of leadership at the top. And now I think partly they're awaiting orders, so to speak, but partly they're afraid that that's kind of a Trump disengagement or relative disengagement from Europe will leave them exposed to the consequences of the policies of the past few years, exposed to the fact that they have no real strategy for Europe aside from just going along with whatever America tells them to do. And of course, they're left with the disastrous consequences of this proxy war, which they also don't know how to deal with.
Trump told them stop roaching and leeching off America and pay their goddamn fair share. That's what he told them. They better pay their fair share. He said he'll break NATO up. You pay that 2% tax of your GDP, or else it's over for you.
Right.
No more free riding off America.
So I think this explains a lot of what's of the panic. I think that's swirling around Europe at the moment. But this is in itself a consequence of vassalization.
And the white privilege
used to just taking orders. Then when there's a change of guard at the top, then of course you start freaking out. Because,
right. One of the consequences of vassal states is oftentimes the financial consequence of it, right? Being taxed by the larger. And you say something like this in your piece. You say, people, let me just read this one paragraph. You say, Trump has suggested that he might unilaterally impose a ceasefire and peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine. This is unlikely to happen, which I agree that it's unlikely to happen. Even Putin says this is unlikely to happen. Russia, which is winning on the battlefield, will push for such a hard bargain that even Trump may struggle to accept. A more likely outcome then is that the incoming Republican administration will continue to deliver weapons to Kiev, but ask Europe to foot the bill, a situation that would allow the conflict to smolder on even as Europe gets poorer. That's despite the fact that even Western media outlets are now conceding the war in Ukraine is lost. I think this is a very likely outcome. I also think that same with NATO, in Trump's first term, there was a lot of chatter about getting rid of NATO. And a lot of people like myself would like to see that happen. I mean, I just don't see the point of that sort of security alliance anymore. But that's not what happened, right? I mean, NATO certainly under Biden expanded, but under Trump, it was just telling Europe, you've got to pay more. I mean, it was, okay, we'll keep doing this, but you guys have to pay for it. I mean, he's fundamentally a businessman. So he's kind of looking at everything from okay, let's make a deal. What's the deal here? Like, we don't really like this as America, mainly because it's a bad deal for us. And that's what he frames that for China and the trade, the trade war that he implements with China. It's all about, hey, we don't have an equal trade here. So we got to level this out. And this is the way we're going to do it. We're going to punish you with, tariffs or something until we level this out. And that's, So Europe, I think, is in for it when it comes to
He going
footing the
against
bill
war
for
to make
NATO
money
and
with
for
whoever. North
Ukraine
Korea, China,
paying for
make
this
some money.
war.
Forget
The
the war.
question is,
That's
do you
what he's saying.
think Europeans? Well, right now, let's go back to. Let me just ask you some questions about what you've just said. First of all, how does the United States wield this kind of control over Europe? Like, what is the weapon? Where's this power stemming from, do you think? I mean, I don't think the United States is threatening dropping a nuke or anything like follow us or else you're going to die, right? What do you think? How is the US wielding this much power over Europe? Thank you so much for watching. This was just a clip from the longer, larger show that you can catch Monday through Friday, 5 p.m. Pacific.
The Prince of Darkness himself, Tony Blair, responsible for 1 million dead, thousands of them British service personnel, in wars that he chose to fight and to join, which had nothing to do with us, which were entirely the wrong thing to do in response to international events, was there at the cenotaph with the little princelings and Princess Liz Truss. They were, I had almost forgotten Theresa May. She was there too. 6 British prime ministers, each of them responsible for the needless deaths of British service personnel, each of them supporting whatever the next war their successor is planning to join. Keir Starmer, the war criminal. Keir Starmer, the key participant in the genocide of the Palestinian people, in the mass murder of the Lebanese people. We now know 70% of the deaths in the Gaza Strip and in Lebanon are women and children. And guess what? The largest segment by age of those murdered in Gaza and in Lebanon are children between the ages of 5 and 9. Never mind working 9 till 5, 5 till 9 is the largest single group of people murdered, children murdered in the atrocities being committed by Sir Keir Starmer, the current British Prime Minister. But he will have had the wholehearted support of the waxen hypocrites standing all around him in Whitehall today. It is a perfectly proper ceremony. I myself have participated in it. It is perfectly proper to wear poppies in remembrance of those who fell in wars, wars that had to be fought and wars that should never have been fought, the World Wars II and I, respectively. It is entirely correct to remember the victims of conflict. But when the people leading the commemoration are people who are presently, currently involved in mass murder across the globe and contemplating, joining, even fomenting still greater conflicts, the only word is hypocrites. In the words of my national poet, Robert Burns, in his ode on the occasion of a Thanksgiving, "Ye hypocrites, are these your pranks, to murder men and gie God thanks? Halt, desist, and go nae further. God will no accept your thanks for murder." That's my words on the National Remembrance Day parade today. The conflicts, of course, continue to burn in the Middle East. The big conflict with the Islamic Republic of Iran hangs in the balance, and the massive conflict that these leaders themselves fomented as a matter of deliberate policy in the Ukraine, and 1 million Ukrainians have paid with their blood on the ground, is not just hanging in the balance, but precariously dangling by a thread. The battlefield successes of the Russian military, and perhaps above all, the incredible result of the American presidential election last Tuesday, which led to our biggest ever audience on the mother of all talk shows. My monologue was clipped by no less than Ricky Gervais and achieved 200,000 views on his platform, as well as millions on our own platform. That incredible victory by Donald Trump, the biggest landslide in American political history, when the gaslighters and professional liars of the mass media told you right up to the middle of the night that Kamala Harris had it in the bag, that the convicted felon, that the sex pest, that the rude vulgarian, the orange man, the straw-headed man, all the epithets of liberal journalists and politicians all came to naught. The American people rose up. They rose up almost as one. Donald Trump, as predicted exclusively here, I've been checking, I'm the only person that you heard broadcasting the prediction that Trump would win the popular vote and a landslide victory in the electoral college vote. You came to the right place. This is the College of Knowledge, because we here understand the mass of the people, whereas the other commentators and their political cohort listen only to those in the bubble. They confuse what they want to happen with an honest prediction of what is much more likely to happen. It was the working class of America what done it. The working class, the marginalized, the alienated, the despised. It was they who voted for the human Molotov cocktail that is Donald Trump. The outcome, of course, is far from guaranteed. The defeat of Kamala Harris and the oh so achingly progressive liberals of the Democratic Party was necessary, but it is not sufficient. What will be sufficient is if Donald Trump stays true to the election campaign that he ran in 2016 and again this week in 2024. If Donald Trump genuinely puts America first, he will make America great again. But if Donald Trump plucks the monsters of the deep swamp and puts them around his cabinet table once more, he will be diverted, perverted, subverted from his purpose. It's a big battle, and it's already underway. A huge lobby by the military-industrial complex and their intelligence auxiliaries was launched to put Mike Pompeo either at the Department of State or at the Department of Defense. The former Secretary of State, former head of the CIA, is a much thinner man these days, but he is fat with his reputation for killing, for subversion, for spying, even on the American people themselves. He openly admitted it. He said it in a speech. We lied, we stole, we cheated. He could have added, we planned to murder Julian Assange on the streets of London outside of Harrods. There was a big push for Mike Pompeo, but it failed. And Donald Trump last night, in an unprecedented statement on Twitter, effectively sacked Mike Pompeo before he had even got appointed to anything. Maybe there's a vacant ambassadorship in Ulaanbaatar. No, that's too dangerous. Somewhere much farther away. Ouagadougou would be good for Big Mike as the ambassador of the United States. Trump sacked him on Twitter before even appointing him to any job. Ditto Nikki Haley, the half-unhinged, crazed warmonger who turned on Trump, who ran against Trump, who insulted Trump in the most obscene terms, was nonetheless keen to get a job in his administration. Trump sacked her on Twitter also. But that doesn't mean the battle is won. It will only be won when Colonel Douglas MacGregor is the Secretary of Defense, when Tulsi Gabbard is the Secretary of State, when Robert F. Kennedy is in charge of gutting the three-letter agencies and the FDA as well, the Food and Drugs Administration, which has presided over the making of America as the sick man of the world, the most expensive healthcare in the world for the sickest population in the world. In Kennedy's own words, the most profitable business in America is a sick child, a child that will be dependent on Big Pharma for the rest of their life. When that happens, then I'll be confident that Donald Trump will make America great again. It will only be great again if it withdraws from the foreign wars, the foreign entanglements, the never-ending wars in which the United States has been involved for almost every year of its short existence as a state. The United States is falling apart, deeply riven, fatally undermined by lack of investment in the public realm, in the bridges, the roads, the railways, in the public education and public health systems. The people of America have had enough of sending tens, hundreds of billions of dollars to foreign potentates like Netanyahu, like the crook of Kiev, Volodymyr Zelensky. They've had enough. If they were asked by the IRS, door to door, give me your money for Zelensky, they'd slam the door shut on the tax inspector. That is for sure. The Americans have had enough of how things have been, and they're right so to be. And if Donald Trump responds to that, then he will be doing himself historically a very great favor. He will be doing the American public an even bigger favor, and he will be doing the world the biggest favor of all. As I said on Wednesday, we love you. We really, truly love you. We love your can-do spirit. We love your music. We love your movies. We love your sports. We love your scientific and other achievements. We love you, but we don't want to be you. We don't want to be ruled by you, and we sure ain't going to war over and over and over again at your behest. If Trump heeds all these calls, he will be a truly great president, and he will be able to name a successor with some degree of confidence that his advice will be heeded, especially if the successor has the same name as him. Yes, Donald Trump Jr., I'm speaking to you. But if he falters and fails, then his second term will be as blighted as his first term was, and by the same bad actors. The second great battle that was won this week in the battle for Donald Trump's ear is the great statement that he made about internet freedom, about freedom of speech. Again, he had no need to make it. He might well have counseled himself that no need to provoke the serpents of the deep, even before I have taken office. But he did it. He declared that America was going to be the free speech capital of the world, that he would never again tolerate big tech strangling the First Amendment. He would never again tolerate the American government dictating to big tech who it must falsely label, who it must close down, who it must algorithmically strangle. And I think if he remains true to that, that may be one of the biggest services of all that he can do humanity. We may well get to the stage, if Trump is telling the truth and follows through, that America will be the safest place for somebody like me to live and work. Imagine that. And the third of the great achievements of the last 3 days, 3 great achievements in 3 days, is the fact that he's already spoken with Zelensky. And Elon Musk was in on the call. That's intriguing. And one assumes that true to his election promises, he told Zelensky that the game is up. Now, the concomitant knock-on effect of that is that it leaves the European political leaders up the Rhine without a paddle. They have wrecked their own economies in pursuit of an American policy, and that American policy is about to make a 180-degree turn. Imagine the German government, which collapsed the next day after Trump's election, and will now face a general election which will change things forever in the Federal Republic of Germany. Little soldier Schurz and Anna Baerbock will be mere dust in the history of Germany in just a few months' time. Between the two of them, they can scarcely muster 25% of the German people's support. Who will govern in their stead will be itself determined by a great battle. But one thing is certain. It's all happening because of Germany's determination to ruin itself in support of Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and Volodymyr Zelensky. The Germans have committed an act, a grave act of national self-harm, of political and economic suicide of their own country, right up to the point that they collaborated in the blowing up of their own gas pipeline to Russia. But the other European leaders are facing the same dilemma. They politically have gone so far out on a limb, anything for Zelensky and forever.
It's over for them.
They're now going to have to come to terms with the fact that the United States is about to withdraw its support for the war. So all their sanctions were for naught. Not as far as Russia was concerned, but very much less than naught as far as we ourselves were concerned. How do we get back from that? How do we undo all these sanctions on Russia? How do we unfreeze all of Russia's stolen assets? And will Russia be remotely interested in better relations with us when they can have the best of relations with the United States of America and cut out the middleman, cut out the satrap, the vassal that stands in between them? That leads me to the events in Amsterdam. I'm not going to really talk about Israel in this segment. I'm definitely not going to talk about football. The fact that Ajax thumped Tel Aviv Maccabi 5-0 in a European football championship is of no interest to me, except en passant to ask, how is it that Israel, a Middle Eastern country, is participating in the European football competitions? But leave that aside. What I'm going to talk about in regard to the two tips from Amsterdam is the gaslighting, the utter, outright falsification of news and truth that accompanied the ruckus, for that is what it was, at the Amsterdam game midweek. According to all of the Western media, according to all of the Western political leaders, in the case of Penny Wong in Australia and David Lammy in London, in exactly the same words, they tweeted, both of them, exactly the same words. For those of you who don't think there's a conspiracy going on, for those of you who don't think that these five eyes are all really one eye, and a partially blind one at that. For them, what happened in a football riot was a pogrom. It was the Holocaust. Again, it was Kristallnacht, whose commemoration had to be cancelled as a result of the riotous behavior of the worst football fans in the world. Don't believe me about that. Believe the Israeli press. Believe the supporters of all the other Israeli football clubs. Believe the chief of Amsterdam police, who told you in a press conference, which never made it to air, that the events in Amsterdam were entirely the responsibility of a group of Israeli fanatics, of the Likud fanatics of Maccabi, who came to Amsterdam to tear down Palestinian flags from people's homes, to sing about the fact that there were no schools in Gaza because all the children were already dead. That's what they were singing during a moment's silence for the victims of the flooding in Valencia. They carried, according to the police, planks of wood, staves of iron, and possibly knives, as they roamed around looking for citizens of the Netherlands, a super friendly European country. There is no European country led by people more fanatically pro-Israel. And they were accompanied, in their own words, by Mossad agents who went with them to supervise their safety on their trip to Amsterdam. This is in their own words. They told us in the Israeli press that Mossad agents would be accompanying them. But they sure fooled the Western political class. They sure fooled the Western media, except they didn't fool them. And this is my essential point. Every journalist who regurgitated these lies about a pogrom knew that they were lying. They had read the Daily Mail of all places, a font of truth in this desert of Western media lying. The Daily Mail reported the truth. A 14-year-old boy broadcast the truth live from the streets of Amsterdam. The King of the Netherlands, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, chancelleries all over the Western world knew that they were lying, and it reminded me of that famous Groucho Marx skit in which Groucho's wife comes into the bedroom and catches him in bed with his secretary. He sits upright and proclaims that he's doing nothing wrong and asks her, "Who are you going to believe, me or the evidence of your own eyes?" That's what it was. Anyone who wanted to could see with their own eyes what happened in Amsterdam. But the gaslighters, the industrialized liars, the militarized mendacity regiments of correspondence told you that what you were seeing with your own eyes was not what you were seeing with your own eyes. And in the last hour, France has agreed that Israeli police can come to France and police the streets of France when Maccabi come to play in the same tournament in France in a few weeks' time. Their next scheduled game was to be in Istanbul. What could possibly go wrong? Singing about dead babies in Gaza, in Istanbul. What could possibly have gone wrong? So UEFA have solved that problem. They have ordered the tie to be played in a neutral country. Israel, Netanyahu, has got all of these Western leaders and their media auxiliaries to dance to their tune. And you have to ask yourself, what is it about this small country of 8 million people that has got the Western political and media class so wrapped around their finger that even when they know that you'll know that they know that they're lying, they will continue to lie. I told you, it's going to be a bumpy night. Stay tuned.
As you may remember, throughout the presidential race, Donald Trump promised his voters that he would put an end to the bloody war in Ukraine within 24 hours. And judging by what is happening in Washington right now, Donald Trump is really trying to keep his word. After he won the presidential election, insiders in Washington began to report that Donald Trump, without waiting for his inauguration, had already developed a so-called peace plan that should put an end to the current war in Ukraine. Later, this information was also confirmed by influential representatives of the American media. In particular, the influential American newspaper, The Wall Street Journal, and the weekly American news magazine Newsweek, said that Trump's peace plan really exists, and that this plan should be presented to Russian President Vladimir Putin shortly. Later, this information was also confirmed by billionaire Elon Musk, who was personally present during the conversation between Donald Trump and Vladimir Zelensky. According to him, Trump's peace plan provides for freezing the front and creating an 800-mile demilitarized zone, where British troops and armies of other European states will enter. At the same time, according to this peace plan, Russia will receive all the territories currently under the Russian army's control. In addition, Donald Trump also promised to establish a moratorium on Ukraine's accession to NATO. This moratorium will last for 20 years. The most interesting thing about this so-called peace plan is that the United States reserved the right to continue arming Ukraine in exchange for Kiev's refusal to join NATO. Thus, it becomes clear that Donald Trump wants to freeze the conflict in Ukraine according to the Cyprus scenario, dividing this country with a so-called buffer zone. Let me remind you, after the invasion of Cyprus by the Turkish army, the island's northern part came under the full control of Ankara. Since 1974, this island has been divided by the so-called buffer zone, which is under the control of the UN peacekeeping forces. And now, the Americans want to do the same with Ukraine. From the American perspective, this is the perfect plan. The fact is that the United States will have the opportunity to continue supplying weapons to Ukraine and make good money on it. And Donald Trump will formally keep his election promise and put an end to the bloody war. However, unfortunately for Donald Trump, this peace plan is absolutely not satisfied with Russia. It seems that the newly elected 47th President of the United States really does not understand the true essence of this conflict. The fact is that Moscow not only needs territories that have been part of the Russian Empire for centuries, but also the complete destruction of Ukrainian statehood in its current form. This issue is purely pragmatic, since the structure of Ukrainian statehood is built in such a way that Moscow's external enemies will constantly use this country to inflict damage on Russia. Therefore, the existence of Ukraine in its current form is a direct threat to Russia's national security. And everything that is happening on the battlefield now, as well as in the international arena, indicates that the Kremlin is absolutely determined to put a definite end to the anti-Russian project called Ukraine. Formally, Russia can keep Ukraine, but only on the territory of several western regions, including the Lviv Oblast. Only after that, Moscow's external enemies will finally lose the opportunity to use Ukraine to inflict strategic damage on Russia. Secondly, the current situation on the battlefield indicates that the Russian army owns the initiative in all directions of the front. Almost every day, war correspondents report on another settlement that has come under the control of Russian troops. Therefore, given the current realities on the battlefield, Russia has every right to dictate its conditions for achieving peace in this conflict. As you remember, in June 2022, in one of my videos, I stated that Russia's main goal was not to seize territories, but to deplete and completely destroy the Ukrainian army. And judging by what is happening now, I had been proven right, yet again, in my predictions. After almost 3 years of fighting, the Ukrainian army has halved, losing about 900,000 soldiers. The combat capability of the Ukrainian army has fallen significantly, and continues to fall to this day. However, before the complete demilitarization of Ukraine, the Russian army will have to destroy at least 800,000 more Ukrainian soldiers and officers. Only after that, the Russian Federation will completely eliminate the threat to its national security. Thirdly, US President Donald Trump may not understand the essence of the current conflict, but he is acting solely in the interests of the United States. Everything that Trump is saying and doing now indicates that he has signed a treaty of situational alliance with American shareholders in order to create a so-called Anglo-Saxon macro-region to retain US influence in Europe amid the advent of a multipolar world. The current war in Ukraine has already allowed the United States to deprive European countries of the remnants of sovereignty and turn them into vassals of Washington. Everything goes to the point that in this multipolar world, Europe will become a colony of the United States and will be located in the Anglo-Saxon macro-region exclusively as a vassal. Therefore, you must understand that ending the conflict in Ukraine is not beneficial to the United States. Washington will try to prolong this conflict as long as possible by continuing to supply weapons to Ukraine. Therefore, it can be assumed that Donald Trump specifically developed such a peace plan, knowing in advance that Russia would reject it. By the way, a few hours ago, insiders in Moscow made a sensational statement. According to them, Donald Trump has already handed over his peace plan to Putin and asked the Russian president to stop the current war. However, according to insiders, Vladimir Putin rejected Trump's proposal. It is reported that the Russian leader was unhappy with the fact that Trump's peace plan does not provide for the denazification and demilitarization of Ukraine. We are ready for peace talks, but not based on any desires of Ukraine or the West. These peace talks should be based on the current realities that are taking shape on the battlefield, as well as based on the agreements that were reached in Istanbul in 2022, Vladimir Putin said. Thus, the Kremlin once again made it clear to the West that this conflict would end exclusively on Moscow's terms, and that Russia, sooner or later, would achieve all the goals set in Ukraine.
They're going to sign what Putin say sign.
The Russian and Syrian militaries conducted joint combat maneuvers to destroy threatening enemy ground targets, equipment, fortifications, and manpower. The Russian Defense Ministry released footage on November 9, 2024, showing the operational tactical aviation of the Russian Air Force in the Syrian Arab Republic, together with the Syrian Air Force, engaging in maneuvers at Jabal Training Ground in Aleppo province. It is known that such exercises were carried out following recent tensions, when American troops prevented a Russian troop patrol from entering a city. Such interactions highlighted the tensions, as well as the ongoing illegal Israeli attacks in Syria. Su-34 multi-role fighter bombers and Su-24M frontline bombers attacked ground targets with Fab-250 high-explosive bombs from an altitude of 600 to 3,300 meters. Su-35S fighter jets covered the bombers during the first stage of the maneuvers. The next stage of the exercise was attended by Ka-52 and Mi-8 AMTSHV helicopters of the Russian Air Force, as well as Mi-25 helicopters of the Syrian Air Force. Pilots from both countries destroyed mock enemy ground facilities with S-8 missiles in sorties from the Kavaris airfield, practicing flying at an extremely low altitude of about 30 meters. In addition, they practiced as a combined strike group during maneuvers and runs to targets, while Russian helicopters practiced searching for and neutralizing attack drones in the airspace.
Israel and the U.S. This is bad news for the Middle East.
The final stage of the exercise was the launch of a joint airstrike by the ground forces and operational tactical aviation at night. The high level of personnel training successfully completed all the tasks set, despite the complexity of the directions and calls for targets in low visibility. Russian-Syrian pilots practiced interaction and increased coherence during the joint exercise, which will increase the effectiveness of aviation operations in missions in Syria.
They don't like Russia teaching these countries how to fight back with advanced weapons.
A few days ago, a tense moment between Russia and America took place on the road to the city of Derek in northeastern Syria.
America over there protected ISIS.
Sources reported that American troops prevented a patrol of Russian servicemen from entering the city, where Russian and U.S. forces had previously engaged in fighting. In July 2020, American troops also intercepted a Russian patrol in the area, forcing a Russian convoy to stop temporarily until Russian helicopters arrived to escort it.
They don't want no smoke.
Such meetings underline the complex nature of the two countries' relationship, where the illegitimate U.S. presence supporting the PKK-YPG militia there, seeking to expand their regional power, often puts Damascus on edge. While the Russian military presence in the region is at the invitation of the legitimate government President Bashar al-Assad, as part of commitment to prevent the rise of the militias, who have been trying to overthrow the Assad government since 2011. But so far they have failed due to the formidable presence of Russian forces.
U.S. tried to get outside and take over this country. Couldn't stop it. Yeah, that just was a little display of Russia getting Syria ready to defeat the U.S. and Israel over there. You know, there's a lot going on over there right now. Let's take a look. Okay.
In what appears to be a dramatic and highly consequential military development, reports suggest that the American Terminal High Altitude Area Defense (THAAD) system, deployed to safeguard critical Israeli military assets, failed to intercept a Yemeni hypersonic missile aimed at the Nevatim nuclear air base in southern Israel. This incident, regarded as the first known operational test of the THAAD system in such a scenario, has raised significant questions about the effectiveness of the American defense system against emerging hypersonic threats. According to Yemeni military sources, the missile dubbed Palestine II was launched with the explicit intent of targeting the Nevatim military airbase, a site reportedly housing some of Israel's most advanced bombers and nuclear weapons. Yemeni military spokesperson Yahya Sari confirmed the success of the strike, claiming the hypersonic missile hit its intended target. The Yemeni forces also announced they had intercepted a U.S. drone over western Yemen, further showcasing their evolving military capabilities. Israel has neither confirmed nor denied the attack, sparking speculation about the extent of the damage and whether censorship is being employed to manage public perception.
With the help of God Almighty, our air defenses succeeded in shooting down an American MQ-9 aircraft while it was carrying out hostile missions in the airspace of Al Jawaf Governorate at dawn on Friday. Thus, the number of American aircraft that the Yemeni air defenses succeeded in shooting down of this type rose to 12 aircraft during the Battle of the Promised Conquest and the Holy Jihad in support of the Battle of the Flood of Al-Aqsa.
The potential implications of this development are manifold, touching on both military and political dimensions. If the reports are accurate, this marks a significant milestone in modern warfare, where hypersonic weapons are proving to outmatch some of the most advanced defense systems currently in operation. It also casts a shadow over the United States' claims regarding THAAD's reliability, particularly in the wake of its deployment following Iranian retaliatory strikes in October that had already compromised many of Israel's Iron Dome radars. Hypersonic missiles represent a new frontier in military technology, posing unique challenges that traditional missile defense systems like THAAD are not equipped to address. Unlike ballistic missiles, which follow a predictable trajectory, hypersonic missiles combine extreme speeds exceeding Mach 5 with the ability to maneuver mid-flight. This makes their trajectory unpredictable and significantly complicates interception efforts. The THAAD system, designed to counter ballistic missiles during their terminal phase, relies on tracking and predicting a missile's path to effectively intercept it. Hypersonic weapons undermine this premise entirely, as their agility allows them to evade interception. In addition to maneuverability, hypersonic missiles often fly at lower altitudes compared to ballistic missiles, keeping them below the radar horizon for much of their journey. This low-altitude flight profile, coupled with their immense speed, challenges radar systems to detect and track them in time. Even if detected, the limited reaction window available to launch and guide interceptors makes countering such threats extremely difficult. Furthermore, hypersonic missiles frequently incorporate advanced countermeasures such as electronic jamming and decoys designed to mislead or overwhelm radar systems. This sophisticated technology further reduces the likelihood of successful interception. The potential failure of THAAD to neutralize the Palestine II missile underscores a critical vulnerability not only for Israel, but also for other nations relying on similar systems to defend against hypersonic threats. The situation becomes more concerning when considering the possibility of saturation attacks, where multiple missiles, hypersonic and conventional, are launched simultaneously. This strategy can overwhelm even the most advanced missile defense networks, forcing them to prioritize targets and increasing the likelihood of some missiles penetrating the defenses. Yemen's ability to strike with hypersonic precision also raises questions about the evolution of its military capabilities and the broader implications for regional security. The attack highlights Yemen's capacity to circumvent Israel's defense systems, leveraging its geographical positioning and missile technology to bypass interception zones. For Tel Aviv, this development signals a growing strategic challenge, as its reliance on US-made defense systems may not provide the invulnerability once believed. This incident also has broader geopolitical ramifications, particularly for the United States. The apparent failure of THAAD to intercept the Yemeni missile could tarnish the reputation of American defense technology, casting doubt on its efficacy in protecting allies against advanced threats. It also raises the stakes for future engagements, where adversaries may feel emboldened to exploit these perceived weaknesses. For now, the lack of official confirmation from Israeli authorities leaves the exact consequences of the attack open to interpretation. However, the implications of this event are already reverberating across the region and beyond. If Israel's most secure installations are vulnerable to hypersonic strikes, it calls into question the overall effectiveness of existing missile defense architectures and underscores the urgency of developing countermeasures to address this emerging threat. Meanwhile, Yemen's Ansarullah leader, Abdul Malik Badruddin al-Houthi, delivered a strong and defiant speech addressing the ongoing regional crises and the role of global powers, particularly the United States, in supporting the Zionist agenda. He asserted that successive U.S. presidents, regardless of party affiliation, have consistently worked in the service of Zionism, emphasizing that the return of Donald Trump to the presidency would not alter the course of Yemen's struggle or its support for the oppressed in the region. Speaking, al-Houthi dismissed the notion that the outcome of U.S. elections would influence Yemen's resolve. He characterized Trump's legacy in the region as one defined by extracting vast wealth from Arab regimes, likening it to the milking of hundreds of billions of dollars. He noted that despite any shifts in U.S. leadership, Yemen would remain steadfast in its commitment to supporting the Palestinian people in Gaza and the Lebanese resistance in their efforts to resist aggression. He warned that the enemies of these struggles must come to terms with the reality that continued aggression and blockades in Gaza and Lebanon would not bring them victory. Al-Houthi reaffirmed Yemen's readiness to face any actions against it, insisting that the Yemeni people would never surrender to external pressures. He expressed deep sorrow over the continued massacres being carried out by the Israeli regime, particularly in northern Gaza, accusing it of adopting a policy of starvation to subjugate Palestinians after failing to achieve its objectives militarily. He praised the resilience of the Gaza resistance, highlighting the heavy losses they have inflicted on Israeli forces, despite facing overwhelming odds. Turning his attention to the broader Arab world, al-Houthi criticized many Arab governments for their passive stance in the face of Israeli atrocities. He lamented that some regimes refuse to acknowledge Israel's actions as terrorism, even as horrific crimes are committed against Palestinians. He argued that the Zionist project is not limited to the oppression of Palestinians, but is part of a broader strategy targeting the entire Arab and Muslim world. He reminded his audience that historically, Muslims had treated Jewish communities with fairness and compassion, contrasting this with what he described as Israel's ambitions to dominate the entire West Asian region. Al-Houthi also pushed back against narratives that solely blame Iran for tensions involving Israel. He pointed out that Israel's actions predate any involvement by Iran, underscoring that the root of the conflict lies in the occupation and systemic oppression of Palestinians. He accused the United States of playing a pivotal role in the creation and sustenance of the Zionist regime, suggesting that the historical dispersion of Jews was, in his view, a divine mercy that mitigated their potential to cause harm to societies. The Yemeni leader was particularly critical of Trump's approach to the Arab world, describing him as someone who viewed wealthy Arab nations as mere cash cows and dismissed poorer nations as inconsequential. He accused Trump of working diligently to align certain Arab regimes with Israel, leveraging their resources and influence to serve Zionist interests. Al-Houthi dismissed such efforts as ultimately futile, asserting that the Muslim world would not be subdued by sedition or coercion. He further praised the resilience and operational effectiveness of the Lebanese resistance, despite the challenges they have faced, including the loss of key figures. Al-Houthi pointed to their continued military successes and impactful operations, as evidence of their strength and ability to surprise Israel. He suggested that the Lebanese resistance's strategic capabilities have left Israel vulnerable and shaken by the intensity of the military actions it has endured. In his speech, al-Houthi painted a grim picture of a world where oppression and aggression are perpetuated by powerful nations and complicit regimes. However, he also delivered a message of hope and defiance, emphasizing that the Yemeni people, alongside their allies in Gaza and Lebanon, would remain unwavering in their struggle for justice and dignity. He concluded with a call for unity among Arab and Muslim nations to confront the challenges posed by Israel and its allies, urging them to reject passivity and take meaningful action to support the oppressed.
Right, so Israel's air defenses on the face of it are apparently going to get bolstered with a brand new, shining, spanking fleet of jets courtesy of Boeing on the way to them, although not all are coming at once. And I'm sure they'd be cheering this on top of having US boots on the ground now as they do to man that THAAD missile defense system they have, which is picking up the slack for Israel's eroding Iron Dome defenses. And on top of that, they've got more US planes on the way as well in the form of B-52 bombers. If not for yet another strike by the Houthis in Yemen, I suppose that would be. That's kind of taken the shine off it a little bit. It seems the Houthis have still got hypersonic ballistic missiles in their possession, the so-called Palestine 2s that they have deployed before that have evaded Israel's air defenses. And this time they've decided to target, as Iran has done in its previous retaliations, the Nevatim air base in the Negev desert south of the West Bank, home to Israel's precious F-35 jets. Yemen say they found their mark. Israel says it was intercepted, but there's always another missile, therefore there is always another threat. So it's all right having these jets, but if the main air base where you keep them is constantly being targeted, how long can you possibly have such an Air Force for, especially if matters continue to escalate? Right, so Israel's air defenses. We know they've got let's say a few holes in them these days. We know the Iron Dome clearly isn't any longer what it's cracked up to be, what Israel certainly claim it to be. The number of rockets from all manner of sources, from the Houthis to Hezbollah to Iranian strikes and more getting through and impacting, have proven this. And even Israeli air bases have not been immune to this, with the Nevatim air base in particular having been struck on several occasions. Perhaps more luck than by judgment that Israel haven't sustained serious losses there, actually. The F-35 jet fleet being kept there along with Benjamin Netanyahu's Air Force One knockoff wings of Zion. And if that is kept there, then there can be no doubt really that among all of Israel's air bases, Nevatim must be king. How long for it if the Houthis have anything to say about it, though? I'll come on to that point in a moment. You'd figure Nevatim would be better protected itself than it seemingly has been, a military target as it is. Perhaps that is justified by guarding civilian areas more with the Iron Dome, or what's left of it, or other air defense systems they have. But equally, we've seen these fail time after time as well. Civilian areas, especially in the north of Israel, having to be evacuated and coming unstuck. And so the deployment of the US THAAD system has happened now, hasn't it? About 3 weeks ago now. Basically confirmation, as that was, that Israel's air defense system is no good anymore. So they've borrowed one from the US, and Genocide Joe assented to it being sent along with the US soldiers required to operate it. So US boots on the ground in Israel now. Deploying this THAAD air defense system is basically confirmation that the Iron Dome cannot cope anymore. And this is a hole patching exercise, if you like, which also implies there is either no possibility or no point in trying to rearm Iron Dome batteries, either because there's a shortage of those interceptor missiles they use, or there are batteries left to reload, drone strikes on them having proven a dab hand at wrecking the batteries themselves as it goes. But the thing is, THAAD has drawbacks still. It has a finite number of interceptors itself that it can fire before it has to be reloaded. These also aren't the same sort of Iron Dome, not the same sort of interceptors the Iron Dome batteries use. They aren't actually even explosives. They simply set off incoming rocket fire by hitting them hard enough to do so. It's like lobbing stones at a rocket to set it off, basically. But because of that limitation, if more than 48 missiles come in at once, THAAD can't cope with that. And we've certainly seen volleys come from Lebanon in far larger numbers than that, as a for instance. It also can't detect anything small, therefore it is completely useless against drone attacks because they aren't a big enough target, and they don't come in from a high enough entry point. When you consider drones have been so good at taking out Iron Dome batteries as well, if this THAAD one parks up in the wrong place, it could be in the same bother from drone attacks too. Now, I tried looking up some coverage as to how this THAAD system has been getting on for the last 3 weeks, and there is, well, frankly, absolutely nothing. So is it effective, or is it also complete rubbish? I can't say. All we know is that it's there, and we're told it's operational. Clearly, it is not enough on its own, though. Now we're hearing that the US is sending even more firepower. Clearly, it can't be. B-52 bombers now heading to Israel from North Dakota, allegedly to help combat tensions with Iran. Because, of course, Israel have attacked them again, haven't they? So once more, we are awaiting some kind of retaliation, and Israel isn't able to cope without yet more US assistance to deal with that. Keeps biting off more than it can chew. Well, it should grow up and learn, shouldn't it? Here's an excerpt on that story by Spanish news outlet Agencia EFE. The United States Central Command announced the deployment of B-52 Stratofortress bombers to the Middle East on Saturday, amid escalating tensions between Israel and Iran following recent exchanges of military strikes. The Central Command deployed the strategic bombers from the 5th Wing at Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota to its area of operations, which includes the Middle East and Near East. B-52 Stratofortress strategic bombers from Minot Air Force Base's 5th Bomb Wing arrived in the US Central Command area of responsibility, the Central Command said in a post on X. The deployment is aimed at deterring potential Iranian responses to recent Israeli strikes on Iranian military targets. Israel reported that it deployed around 100 fighter jets and drones, including advanced F-35 aircraft, for attacks on Iranian bases over a week ago. Iran, however, asserted that none of the Israeli aircraft entered its airspace during these operations. Israel, of course, claimed a massive success over their last attack on Iran, even though it amounted to little more than a damp squib in actuality. But that shouldn't minimize the fact 4 Iranians still lost their lives. The message that's sent, however, was one of here's hoping we've saved face, please God don't let Iran retaliate again. Yet instead, Israel just made themselves look even more pathetic and met with calls the world over that Iran has a right to self-defense, and they are saying they are going to, at some point, respond. And here comes more US air support as a result. But where are these things going to get parked then? Well, according to Air and Space Forces magazine, this has not been revealed. However, associated cargo aircraft from the same base in the US as the bombers have turned up at a US base in Qatar, Al Udeid, which is just outside of Doha. With Qatar being basically a peninsula sticking out into the Persian Gulf, though, this is some distance from Israel and is right on Iran's doorstep, if this is where these aircraft are destined. But perhaps the US figure they are less of a target there, Qatar acting as middlemen and mediators, so who knows? Then, of course, there is the contract for these new jets, as I mentioned at the very start, F-15s, to be provided by Boeing in a deal worth $5.2 billion to the US, more money spent on more US military aid by Israel. Money they haven't really got as their economy flatlines. But F-15s are the next generation of jets to succeed the F-35 with a bigger range and a larger payload. But where to park them as well? If they're to phase out the F-35s as a for instance, then Nevatim Air Base is the obvious conclusion. But will there be any Nevatim Air Base left by the time these planes begin arriving? Deliveries of these F-15s aren't due to start until 2031. And Iran have targeted Nevatim Air Base as a legitimate military target each time they have responded to an Israeli attack. So is it any surprise the Houthis have now targeted it themselves too, in which case, and done so with their most state-of-the-art Palestine 2 ballistic missile? The Houthis had quite a successful day yesterday, it has to be said. They fired this missile, which they claim reached its target at the Nevatim Air Base, and they also brought down their 12th MQ-9 Reaper drone since the events following the night of October 7th began, each of these punching a $30 million sized hole in Israel's finances. But no doubt the US will keep selling them to them. Note the claim that their ballistic missile reached its target and not found its target, though. I can imagine social media would have been full of imagery of new damage to that airbase if it had found its mark. I've not seen any. So it looks at this point that Israel did in fact successfully intercept this one. But that is this time. And they only had one target to focus on at this time too. There's always seems to be more missiles in Houthi possession. There is always a next time. And there will be a next time for as long as Israel refused to get out of Gaza and end the genocide. There are more air bases in Israel. Of course, they could choose to move to a different one if space allows, but Tim, it's not the only one being targeted. Israel's superiority over its neighbors is in the air. So air bases are therefore a natural, obvious target for them. And with air defenses as they are struggling, we shouldn't be surprised to see others actually get hit. Hezbollah notably struck the Tel Nof air base near Tel Aviv last night as well, another of Israel's main air bases. A salvo of missiles that alleged video footage of the scene shows couldn't all be intercepted. The video footage I've seen that claims to be from this, missiles definitely did land. So if that is true, if that gets verified, which I've not seen, it would be balls to the Iron Dome, balls to David Sling, balls to the Arrow, and balls to THAAD as well, it seems, because missiles are still clearly getting through. Air bases are the obvious Israeli target because by grounding them, you seriously disadvantage them. We've seen how they get on the ground because when they aren't fighting women and children, the IDF are found severely wanting and beaten back time after time, as seen during their ground invasion attempts of Lebanon against not just Hezbollah, but the UN as well, as UNIFIL posts continue to come under attack. It's no wonder so many Israeli soldiers themselves are turning away from the fighting now, encouraging others to stay away and refusing to return to their posts, as this video recommendation will tell you all about. Morale is at rock bottom.
There is an article in Politico, it says Europe's Trumpian nightmare. And it seems that they're thinking that even overnight, Donald Trump can change the policy in Ukraine, not sending any more aid and weapons to Ukraine. How do you think their concerns are legitimate?
I don't think there's anything legitimate about the European Union to begin with. So I don't think their concerns are legitimate because I don't think their opinions are legitimate. They're a pathetic entity that's allowed itself to be taken over by American interests, etc. And now, having sold their soul, having been America's paid whore for so many years, they're suddenly withdraw moral conscience. Oh, well, we want to be independent. You're not independent. There's nothing independent about Europe. Look what they're saying. They want a president who will continue to provide the umbrella of comfort, to keep the leash on and the collar on, to hold it tight, and say heel and sit and all this, versus a president says, I don't care about you. I'm willing to go feed yourself. They don't want to feed themselves because they can't feed themselves. That's what's really this is about. This is about Europe acknowledging that they suck across the board. And they're scared to death because what Donald Trump is saying is grow up, stand up on your own 2 feet, get the hell out of the nest and fly. They can't fly. They can't stand on their own 2 feet. They're pathetic. And that's what this is all about. This is the exposure of the pathetic reality of Europe. And it's a good thing. And I say that as somebody who likes Europe. I mean, and my family origins are European. I've lived in Europe. I've traveled in Europe extensively. I would love nothing more than Europe standing up on its own 2 feet. So when I go to France, I'm going to France, not an American colony. When I go to Germany, I'm going to Germany, not an American colony. I don't want to visit an American colony. I want to visit a nation full of people who are proud of who they are. It's a foreign country for a reason. It's not supposed to be like America. It's supposed to be their own country. It's what I love about going to Russia. When you go to Russia, you know damn well where you're at. You're in Russia. There is no mistaking it. It's Russia. For better or for worse, it's Russia. But now you go to Europe and you get America light. This European Union has watered down what it means to be a European, because being a European is a meaningless term. There's no European. What is a European? They don't exist. There's a German, there's a Frenchman, there's an Italian, there's the Dutch, there's the Austrians, there's the Poles. I know what they are, but a European, what is a European? There is no European. There is no Europe. There's a collection of nations that could come up with a loose framework, but to try and come up with a singular foreign policy, especially now that you've expanded it to the East, the East's interests are not the West's interests. Even within the West, talk about the central debates between Germany and France, and you realize there's already a division there. England pulled out. They didn't want to be part of Europe. Brexit and all this. So, I don't care what Europe thinks. I mean, the fact is Europe has to learn to stand on its own. I say that as an American because it's not healthy for America or Europe for this current relationship to continue. It's not healthy. NATO is a poison pill. We need to ditch NATO as soon as possible. And the sooner Europe realizes that, the better off Europe will be. Because then Europe will be compelled to stand on their own 2 feet and build defensive capabilities that are realistic, not backed up by the artificiality of the perception of American military power. And once Europe understands its limitations and its capabilities, it can then figure out what a sane foreign policy will be with Russia. Understand that the policy that many Europeans have right now of being an adversary to Russia is unsustainable if Europe was called upon to stand on their own 2 feet because they can't defeat Russia. They can only think about it with America backing them up. And America shouldn't be in that business. We shouldn't be in the business of tipping the scale on that. There's no reason for Europe and Russia to be enemies. There's every reason for Europe and Russia to be partners. But they can't be partners so long as America's in the mix. You got to pull America out, let Europe stand up and make its own realizations that collectively and individually they need to be working with Russia, not against Russia. And that's not a threat to America. It actually helps us because that creates that creates stability. Americans need to understand just how well off we'd be if we stopped spending over $1 trillion a year on defense. We don't need to go around the world and kick hornets' nests and then complain every time we get stung and then spend all our money building, mechanisms to protect ourselves from hornets. Stop kicking a hornet's nest. You don't have to worry about it. There are things we can do. We don't have to have an economic war with China. We can use China's economic capabilities to our benefit, tap into their supply chains, bring our strengths to the table, make sure that we are essential to the Chinese economy as they are to ours. We could again go into Africa with a whole new approach. Instead of this neo-colonial approach, go in like the Chinese do. You know what the first thing China does when it goes to a foreign country? It builds a damn road. Why? Because that allows them to get in, meet, and take things out. The road is essential, the connection. What's the first thing we do? We demand that they have LGBTQ rights. See the difference?
In your opinion, is it going to change the mindset of Germans in the government in Germany to be more independent? Because we know how important Russia is for Germany. They cannot survive without Russia with the current situation that they're having.
If you're, it's one thing if you're a 22-year-old kid who just graduated from college with heavy college debt and you don't have a job. Okay, live in a mom's basement might be something you have to do for a year or two to get yourself going. But the Europeans are 45 years old and they're still in mommy's basement. It's time for the Europeans to get the hell out of mommy's basement. And Donald Trump will kick them out of mommy's basement. That's the positive. Europeans are afraid of this because it's sort of scary. You're being called to go out on your own and make your own decisions. You won't have mommy there to help you, but it's what has to happen for Europe to grow up. And Donald Trump is the president that can make it happen because he's not a prisoner of the legacy of NATO. He recognizes NATO for the inefficient organization that it is. It's stupid for America to spend this much money on NATO. It's just dumb. We need to get the hell out of there, unplug from that, start reducing our defense expenditures, and force Europe to stop living off of American largesse. We got Europeans who talk big now, but they talk big because they're backed by America. But imagine if they actually had to put the money up to back up their words without American support, they suddenly wouldn't be saying those things. You know, I could sit there and articulate, if I've got a trust fund and daddy willing to foot the bill, I can talk about Lamborghinis and Bugattis all day long. But when daddy's bank account's not there and the trust fund money's not there and I got to go out and work, suddenly that Toyota Camry's looking pretty damn good. And it's time for Europe to stop talking Lamborghini and Bugatti and start talking Toyota Camry, the equivalent. They need to downsize their aspirations based on the reality of Europe, not a Europe backed by the United States. Germany has to start looking out for German interests, and Germans' interests more closely aligned with Russia than they're currently allowed to articulate. But you're seeing that growing recognition. Look, Olaf Scholz isn't the solution to Germany. Olaf Scholz needs to be voted out. His coalition needs to be destroyed. It appears that it is. The next generation of German politicians will be the ones that will be called upon to make some of these hard decisions.
When New York Times is talking about that Ukraine is losing, do you think that the United States, deep state, those people who are, we can call it deep state or kind of blobs, have decided to change their strategy in Ukraine?
Well, that implies that there was a strategy to begin with. I think the only strategy that they've had is a reactive strategy that's premised on an absurd notion of the United States will use this conflict to weaken Russia and achieve the strategic defeat of Russia. A hope and a dream. But there's nothing substantive behind that. We don't back it up with the resources. If that's truly what we wanted, we aren't giving them the resources. We should be doubling down on Ukraine, pouring in munitions and when they need it on a timely fashion, more air defense, things of that nature, if that's truly what we wanted. But we've just sort of been feeding it in there because we're trying to win on the cheap. We're praying for some sort of economic collapse in Russia that's just not happening. And the political diminishment of Vladimir Putin, which just isn't happening. He's getting stronger. Their economy is getting stronger. BRICS is making their economy more robust, more diversified, more difficult to impede through the use of sanctions. So we don't have a strategy. We don't. We have a blind hatred towards Russia that guides everything. To have a strategy, we'd actually have to have people that knew Russia intimately, who could interface with the Russians. And then you understand Russia's strengths, Russia's weaknesses. You understand areas that could be exploited or areas that should be developed, depending on what priorities you have. We should hope that the priorities are towards peaceful coexistence. But you can't peacefully coexist with that which you don't understand, that which you have used, Russophobic tendencies to promote fear that's derived from ignorance. You see, the ignorance of Russia is to the benefit of these policymakers. They don't want an informed American public about Russia. That's why they pulled my passport. That's why they don't let me travel to Russia, because I was collecting data, bringing it back, and beginning the process of informing a larger public. They don't want that. They want the public to be ignorant about Russia, and from that ignorance comes fear, and that fear gets exploited by the policymakers, who then say, we need to be stronger, we need to build this, we need to build that. But the reality is you don't need to build any of that. The best way to bring about stable relations with the Russians is actually to reach out the hand of friendship, shake the hand, sit down at the table and talk to them. They're reasonable people, and they will listen to reasonable, solutions. They're not like America that says my way or the highway. I mean, increasingly we're putting them in that situation, but the Russians have always said, we're willing to talk and we're willing to sit down, we're willing to listen. And historically, they've been willing to make compromises far more than we have. So, it's impossible for me to talk about a strategy coming, because I look at the resumes, I look at, the people that are advising. I call them Putin whisperers. They all have something in common. They went to one of these big universities where they wrote a PhD thesis on the evils of Vladimir Putin. That's it. That's all they know. Vladimir Putin's bad. They don't know anything about Russia. They're ignorant about Russia. They don't know the truth about Russia, and they don't want to know the truth about Russia. Accurate information about Russia is their enemy. That's why they suppress it.
Just to wrap up this session, Scott, again, we're witnessing that in Washington, they're talking about North Korean soldiers in Russia. When they're talking this way, they're pushing this rhetoric. Two things comes to the mind. When One would be they want to just say Russia is nothing. They need North Korean soldiers to help them. They're not doing well on the battlefield. On the other hand, you can imagine they want to escalate the conflict in Ukraine. They want to send even NATO troops to Ukraine to fight officially.
Nobody wants to send NATO troops. Let's just stop that nonsense. Nobody wants to send NATO troops to Ukraine. Nobody wants to send. If they wanted to send NATO troops to Ukraine, they'd already be there. Nobody wants, because they know what the consequences will be: instant death. I mean, I'm just saying it straight up. We shouldn't even entertain that thought. Find me one, seriously, I'm not talking about rhetoric, one European nation right now that's saying, I'm willing to send boots to Ukraine. Name one. You can't. Because they don't exist. Nobody's willing to send boots to Ukraine. They'll send them as mercenaries, they'll send them as advisors. I'm talking about give me a whole damn armored division, because that's what it's going to take. Put an armored division on the ground in Ukraine today. Go. A, they can't do it. They don't have the resources. And B, politically, they can't do it. There's no support at home. And C, they know they'll get beat. There's no sustainability. So that is not an option. I reject it out right off the bat. It's just not an option. If it was an option, it would have already been implemented, because Ukraine's reached the tipping point, the point of no return. They've lost. Even if you sent in NATO divisions right now, they couldn't stop what's happening on the battlefield. So nobody wants to send in troops. We shouldn't even entertain that notion. It's a non-existent thing. It's just now a matter of managing the collapse of Ukraine. That's all they have. Russians are 21 kilometers away from the Dnipropetrovsk border. That means that they're 21 kilometers away from reclaiming all of Donetsk. Once they reclaim all of Donetsk, they'll get all of Zaporizhia. Then they'll turn to the business of recapturing the right bank of Kherson. If Russia is allowed to engage in military operations designed to recapture the right bank of Kherson, they're going on to Odessa, because the same military might it takes to project power over the river, get there, and sustain that presence there is the same that you need to project onto Odessa and beyond. The West doesn't want this to happen. What the West needs to do right now is pick the point where you're going to say, stop. Ukraine withdraws from all this territory in a controlled fashion. It turns over to Russia, and we bring it into this war. But to do that, you have to have the Ukrainian government willing to accept those terms. Right now, the Ukrainian government's not willing to do that. And the West, it's very difficult for the West to impose its will on Ukraine right now. Politically, it's difficult because we're going to stand with you to the end. We keep saying we don't mean that. If we did, we'd have boots on the ground. We don't mean it. What we need is and this is the tragedy of it. Again, it's like I say, we don't care about the Palestinian people. We don't care about the people of Ukraine. We don't care about them at all, because our policy right now is to let Ukraine suffer more until they reach the realization that they have no choice but to do this. I mean, how cowardly is that approach? How craven is that approach? It means we don't care about the Ukrainians. We never have. But that's what's happening here. We're letting the Ukrainians reach the realization that it's indefensible what they're doing, and they are going to be compelled to withdraw beyond the Dnieper River, whatever. And at that point in time, we will come in and say, now it's time to sit down with the Russians, and boom. And one of the first things they'll offer the Russians is you get all that territory, because that's the only thing. And then they'll try to negotiate other things. Russia won't accept it because Russia's in the driver's seat. But again, Russia doesn't. I'm just telling you right now, Russia does not want to invade Odessa. The Russian government does not want to do that. They want this war over, but the war has to end on their terms. But they also understand that their terms can't include the invasion of Odessa, can't include the occupation of Sumy. That's a whole new phase of the war. Hundreds of thousands of more troops would have to be mobilized. The economy would, there's huge inflation, 21% inflation going on in Russia right now because their economy is overheated because of the war economy. They need to bring all this stuff under control. And they can't bring it under control if they're expanding the war. So Russia doesn't want to expand the war. Russia wants this war to end, but it has to end on Russian terms. And those Russian terms are they get all their territory, all the territories of the four oblasts that Russia absorbed through the referendums in September 2022. Then they'll dictate things about the demilitarization, denazification, things like that Ukraine will have to take. They'll negotiate the lifting of sanctions and things of that nature. But what it'll do is it'll spare Russia and Ukraine and the world because to go on to Odessa, you're talking about extending this war by a couple of years. Russia doesn't have the means to do it right now. Russia would have to mobilize all new forces. They've built a military capable of achieving the objectives that they want to achieve, but they don't have a military capable of moving on to Odessa right now. When you start talking about occupying territory, you need boots on the ground to do that occupation. As you thrust into Odessa, you have exposed flanks. You increase your flank exposure. One of the problems that the Russians ran into in the fall of 2022 is as they withdrew their forces, they thinned out the lines. They had this massive, frontage that they had to man, but they thinned out the lines. They didn't have enough manpower to man the lines, and so the Ukrainians were able to launch attacks that penetrated and compelled the Russians to withdraw, recruit new troops, mobilize troops to thicken the lines and all that stuff. Russia right now has a density right now that's impenetrable by the Ukrainians. But just look at the map. You move to Odessa, you're extending those lines. And unless you have the troops capable of manning those lines with the density necessary, you're inviting disaster, especially if you're making a lunge up there where the Ukrainians can do, pinch you off someplace. Russia doesn't want to fight that fight. That's my firm belief. The Russian government doesn't want to fight that fight. Putin doesn't want to fight that fight. The Ministry of Defense doesn't want to fight that fight. And so I think that, we're looking for the tipping point to be reached. That tipping point could be reached this winter, maybe early in spring, where Ukraine says, we can't do this anymore. And the West says, we got nothing left to give you. And they go to the negotiating table.
You mentioned Odessa, and everybody knows how Odessa is important for Russia and for Ukrainians. But do you think at the end of the day, in any sort of negotiations between the West and Russia, what are the main concerns of Russia considering this city? What are the main considerations? Are they going to give it to Ukraine, just do whatever they want?
It's not giving it to Ukraine. Ukraine has it.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about
politically. Give it, Russia would have to take it.
Yeah.
It's not Russia's to give away. It doesn't belong to Russia. It belongs to Ukraine. And that's a reality that people, I know that all the pro-Russian out there, it's a Russian city and all, it's a Ukrainian city. It may have a Russian heritage, it may be all this, I'm not denying that, but let's just be frank right now. It's a Ukrainian city that's become even more Ukrainian since this war's happened, because many of the pro-Russian elements have been driven out, have fled, or have turned. People that might have been sympathetic to Russia maybe aren't because of the bombardment, etc. But Odessa is a Ukrainian city. It belongs to Ukraine. It's not Russia's to give. Russia doesn't get to dictate that outcome. If Russia wants to dictate the outcome of Ukraine, they have to capture it. They have to take it. And I'm telling you right now, Russia doesn't want to do that. That's just too damn expensive. Too expensive. Their concerns are, this is why Russia's talked about, 50,000 strong Ukrainian armed forces, which is really little more than a border guard and a police force. And I think there will be demilitarized zones. I think Odessa will be a demilitarized zone. The biggest Russian concern is that Odessa is used as a springboard to launch attacks against Crimea and southern Russia. That can never be allowed to happen. So I think you're going to be talking about a demilitarized zone with, some sort of observer presence there. I think you're going to see that all along the contact with the Russian border, demilitarized zones. And then whatever's left of the Ukrainian military will be this rump force that'll, be in Western Ukraine and, around Kiev. But, that's that. But Odessa isn't Russia's to give away. They don't own it. Ukraine does. And Russia will have to pay a very heavy price to take it. Too heavy. Too heavy. And it changes everything. BRICS. People need to understand Russia went into BRICS, and one of the things that is promoting there is de-escalation of global crises. Russia can't afford to escalate. Russia has to bring this Ukrainian conflict to an end on reasonable terms. And right now they're in a position to dictate reasonable terms. But the world isn't going to sit there and applaud Russia if they say, no, we insist on Odessa, Kharkov, Sumy, Dnipropetrovsk. That all has to become part of Russia. That's a massive escalation. The world isn't going to support that. You know, right now, Russia has the world on its side. Russia's not going to commit, you know, strategic suicide, geopolitical suicide by, you know, insisting on things that represent an escalation or are considered unreasonable demands. And it is an unreasonable demand because it's a Ukrainian city right now. Russia has no inherent right to say, oh, you have to give it to us. I don't think Ukraine would ever do that. And I think the West would help Ukraine resist that. And should, to be honest. That's something that should be done. I condemn Ukraine for what they've done in the Donbass. I think they made a fatal mistake. I think there was a necessity to link Crimea with a land bridge. But, you know, Russia was willing to give up Zaporizhzhia and Kherson. That was part of the April 2022 agreement. Russia wasn't demanding those territories. But now we deal with the reality that those are Russian territories. And I support Russia 100% on that. But if Russia said, no, you have to give us Odessa, no, they don't. No, they don't. And if Russia wants to turn itself into a nation that actually starts to walk and talk the talk of being the aggressive state that Europe is afraid of, demanding that Odessa be turned over, puts Russia in that category. I don't see Vladimir Putin being that leader. He hasn't said anything that puts him in that category. He is a rational person. He believes in the rule of international law. And so I don't see, you know, I just don't see that playing out. Not at this stage. I mean, if BRICS wasn't in the equation and Russia didn't have that kind of pressure placed on, you know, its geopolitical future for de-escalation, you know, maybe Russia would succumb to some sort of, you know, nationalist, you know, security-oriented approach. But I don't see the Russian leadership saying Odessa has to belong to us, because that's an escalation, one that the world won't support, and all it does is lengthen this conflict, and Russia does not want this conflict to go on. They're winning right now, and they have positioned themselves to be able to continue this conflict, but this can't go on forever. It's not good for the Russian economy. It's not good for the world. And, you know, so I'm a firm believer that we're going to see some sort of negotiated peace that is to the benefit of Russia, but it'll be reasonable. It's not going to be unreasonable.
Kofi, follow me.